I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was
I go by the name Mitch Gaming in the PUBG mobile community. I have been gaming for the past 7 years, something I do during my leisure, and now it has become a career. When I started playing PUBG Mobile, I actually did not have friends at first. Then one day I actually encountered a Kenyan team, and through that I got to create a community from the game PUBG Mobile. I got to learn cultures, I got to understand how people live outside of Kenya, and I think that connected with me. They recently included Africa in the ecosystem, and they added the Masai Shuka, something that resonated with me. I've not seen that in any other game so far. Basically, it's more inclusive than all the other games I've tried. It's a space for anyone to be there. For the women that actually feel unsure about being part of esports, all I can tell you is you can never be too sure. So just get up, start whatever you want to be. For PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary, I'd actually like to say thank you, because PUBG Mobile right now is no longer a game. It's a home for players, even for a new individual joining us now. It may seem like PUBG Mobile is a game to you, but with time you realize it's a family. And through that, we've made friends. People are changing lives because of PUBG Mobile. And honestly, all I can say is thank you for even existing. If it were not for you, some of us will not be here today. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You will lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
The one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out. We're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
The time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! We are at the precipice of greatness. So many great teams, of course, although one team to take the crown. 6 maps, 6 efforts, 6 chances of glory. Some of them are favorites, some of them are underdogs, but all of them have given us a chance to believe in the African esports dream. To the players, this is your moment, and to the fans, welcome to PMNC Kenya, the road to PMGO. My name is the PTK Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. And next to me, my co-cast, the guy that is smiling so much, the dazzling. I know most of you guys know him, but I want him to do like that proper introduction because, you know, he's short-time priest.
PTK said, 6 matches of pure, unadulterated PUBG Mobile action at its finest, and 6 opportunities for all of these teams to get one step closer into that PMGO, where that big money and that big prize is going to be going all the way around. PTK, I know you're excited. Are there any specific things you're looking forward to seeing tonight?
Today, the only thing that I'm looking forward to seeing is just chaotic moments. I know all these teams, they deserve to be here. I just want to see which team can erupt more, which team wants it more, which team will be getting those chicken dinners. Because last time, that was PMNC South Africa, we had a couple of teams dominating so much. Tempers, Basaka, these guys, they were dominating so much. And in the Kenyan one, I want to see if we're going to have that dominant team going to be one-sided as we saw in South Africa, Team Temper, or are we going to see different teams getting chickens, dominating differently? You know, I'm just waiting to be wowed. I want to see new things. Will these guys be able to match up to the energy that the South African counterparts brought to these PMNC?
And before we hop into the game, we have to ask ourselves, how did these teams even get to this stage? And yeah, take a quick look at the roadmap, and that gives you a little bit of a clear-cut idea of where we're at right now. The qualifiers is concluded, and we did have 4 regions: South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and the wild card. And the top 32 teams are the teams you're about to witness split into the group stages, which we are currently in right now. 2 groups for each region, 6 matches, 2 days of non-stop action, and the top 8 teams from each group will qualify to the group finals. 16 teams, 6 matches, and 3 amazing maps. But that doesn't end there. We head over from there to PMGO, where the top teams from each group: 4 teams from South Africa, 3 from Kenya, 3 from Nigeria, and 5 wildcard teams, plus 1 additional slot. Big shout out to the 2025 PMAC Champions X-Force Rejects, where we watched them last year in Nairobi lift the trophy, and that brings them straight to the PMGO Finals. Speaking of the PMGO Finals, PTK, I heard that there's some big money in that PMGO Finals. So take a look. What do you
Not
feel?
just some big money, Priest. This is huge amounts. Looking at the prize pool, 22,000 USD, which is quite crazy, because this is an additional amount. Looking at the PMNC stage, then grand finals, we have like PMGO Africa. You know, PMGO, that's the aim for most of these teams. They want to go past the PMNC, then to the PMGO, because you all want that global stage. For the PMNC South Africa with 3,000 USD, same as the PMNC Kenya, and as well as PMNC Nigeria. And also for the wildcard, that is, bro, that's crazy. Looking at 3,000, make that conversion and you understand what kind of amounts we are talking about. But the PMGO Africa Regional Finals, so the team that will be making it to PMGO Africa, they have a chance to win 10,000 USD. That's quite crazy, because 10,000 USD is not something that you just see like that in the open. But as Africa, I think our moment to shine is here. And for the prize distribution, for the number 1, we'll be getting the 800 USD. This is for the PMNC. You have to take note of that. We have the PMNC, then PMGO, which is PMNC 3,000. So 800 USD for the number 1, 550 USD number 2, number 3, 350. So quite some gap between the number 1 and the number 3. So most of these teams will be doing their best trying to get to those top spots. But the cream de la cream is for the MVP slot. So the MVP will be getting that huge sum of $200 US, which is quite nice, because the MVP deserves it. He's been calling the shots in all the games, getting all those eliminations, and 200 USD. I think that's quite fair. And as we wait to see who will be crowned today, because we need the top 8 today, this is the point structure, Priest. I think this is quite standard in all the PUBG Mobile competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, pretty straightforward. The chicken dinner is the goal, 10 points on the board for you. And in second place, you will get 6 points. Third place gets you 5 points. Fourth place with 4. Fifth place with 3. Sixth place gets you 2 points. 78th gets you a point. And 9 to 16, unfortunately, it is an eyeglass. But one elimination does get you 1 point. And don't forget, we now have tiebreaker rules. Although I don't know if we're going to have smash rule maybe in the PMGO finals. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but fingers crossed on that one, because I'm actually looking forward to that happening. But in the tiebreakers, we do have total number of WWCDs, that's total number of chicken dinners across all matches. So if there's a tie, then the team with more chicken dinners is going to be the winner, or going to place higher than the team behind. And then if that is also tied, then we go over to the number of placement points across all the matches. If that is also tied, then we go over to the total elimination points for all matches. And if that is also tied, although I've never seen that happen, then we head over to the best placement ranking in the most recent match. So if it's match number 6, whoever placed higher than the other person is going to be considered the better overall team.
Yo, that tiebreaker is just painful. I can't imagine the team that will be in that tiebreaker, because that might be the end of them, or that might save them when it comes to which tie-breaking rule will be applied. But the winner chicken dinner, that is what most of these teams will be seeking, so that the tiebreaker becomes a bit easier than anticipated. But anywho, the games are just beginning, and as we move, and at home, don't forget to continue cheering up for your teams. This is the map schedule of the day. As I talked about these, we had 6 maps. Rondo, one of the maps set to replace Sunhawk. I miss Sunhawk. Honestly, one of my favorite maps back then, because I will not say camp, but I used to love it so much. That was very strategic. Erangel, game number 2. Game number 3, we also have Erangel, that is trio dose of Erangel, and then finally the duo Miramar. That makes it 6 maps in total. So I hope you guys are locked in. I don't know what teams will be taking these games. Don't know what team will be dominating in Rondo, but a lot of chaos is normally seen in the Rondo map. Because of that extra recall, teams can be able to recall as if it's like in the classic games. So the recalls are quite good in Rondo. So expect teams to get those double digits of eliminations. If teams are looking to dominate in this tournament, this is the map to go for. In Erangel, this is the OG map. Most guys are familiar, they're very well familiar with the Erangel. Miramar, the land of the dust, dry bones will be another one to be looking out for, because I know some teams, a couple of teams, we've seen the BPX, they will be looking forward to dominating these kind of map. And it's just crazy. Not yet begun, but already the action is in my head. Expect a lot of expectation. I'm enthusiastic. I just want to see everything that will be happening. And the teams, Priest, I know you're ready, but we have some
big names in here. Ladies and gentlemen. Brutal Psychos, Death Dose, Horn Legends, Dildy again, Deadly Esports, Alpha Base, 4 Pockets Full, IGL Kiddo, Dark Esports, Relentless, Hakuna Matata, because why worry? Extra, Clutch Gods, Vexor Esports, Call Me, and Alcana Guild with Elite Combi. Again, big names in here for Kenya, and I'm talking about Brutal Psychos, Death Dose, Horn Legends, Alpha Base in the mix as well, IGL, Dark Esports, Relentless. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's going to be more, if there's going to be new teams, new players on the horizon, because this is what the PMNC is all about, discovering new talent, showing up at the bigger stages, and that is what I'm looking forward to. Who is going to step up to the plate and turn things around? That is all I am looking to see here. But PTK, these teams, you've heard these names, some of the players in these teams, and I know that you probably have a favorite team. right? I know you probably have a favorite team, but if you were to talk about an underdog team, right? A team that nobody has heard of, nobody's aware of what they're capable of, what team do you think that is at this stage?
One of the teams, Vexa Esports.
Okay.
Vexa Esports.
Okay,
that
chat.
team has a lot of manpower. I watched how these guys were playing during the qualifiers. It has some great names. I saw Manka. Yeah, hopefully today they'll be able to shock us. But I've also seen some favorites. You know, we have one of the oldest, can I say, teams or clans that is represented here today. That is the 4PFs. 4PFs have been there for more than 5 years right now. They call themselves the 4PFs. I don't know if the roster has changed. They had one very key player, 4PF Habibi. The guy with a very, very, can I say, irritating Glacier. You know, the Glacier M4. I don't love that weapon, honestly speaking. Because PUBG, they refuse to give me the weapon.
Me too. They, PUBG, do better. I don't have a Joker. I don't have a Glacier. I don't even have anything. Like, what PUBG? What are we doing, man? I've been spinning my whole life. I haven't gotten anything. How much more do I have to spin? How much more do I have to spin before I win? How much more spinning must I do? You see down the drain, but no Glacier for me. And I want the hit effect as well. I want the hit effect as well. You know, like it's.
If
it's
they
just...
gave me like a fully upgraded one, I'll be so happy. There was a time I made a spin of more than 200 classic crits. The only thing that I got is a shock. I was getting a lot of chickens. Which was quite crazy. But we are going to be seeing a lot of glaciers here today. A lot of good M4s, because you remember the Wild Soul M4 is also here. The Fire M4s. We have the anniversary crate. That is the Joker M4. Hopefully these players can be able to utilize all these weapons that they already have in the game. Because it's an M4 battle and an AUG. Because most of the time, I don't know why Priest, why do players most of the time go for the AUGs and the M416s?
I think the AUG has slightly more damage, right? But I think the M4 is a little bit more stable because it has like the extra tactical stock, so it just gives you a little bit more variety. And again, it's easier to find attachments for the AUG, you know, than for the M4, because that tactical stock is quite elusive. But you know, for most people, AUG just deals a little bit more damage, and it's no longer like a crate weapon anymore. You can just find it on the street. You know, you remember the time where AUG was like holy grail. You know, you could only find it in airdrops, but now you can find it anywhere. You know, so people are starting to understand that it has a lot of damage. Yeah, you know. But
they need to return it to the crates.
What would you say is your favorite crate weapon, though? What would you say is your favorite one?
My favorite crate weapon. Okay, the worst. Okay, the least favorite is the FAMAS. Because
yeah.
Can I say the iron sight?
Yeah.
I don't know. The iron sight is just crazy,
ugly.
man. You can't see anything.
Man. It's ugly, man. It has the ugliest iron sight I've ever seen, man. FAMAS. I mean, the fire rate is
they
crazy.
Need to make...
It's like a discount.
That.
It's like a discount QBZ. You know, it's like a discount QBZ. It feels like a discount QBZ. If I'm being honest, I don't know why it's even in the drops. I think it's because of the firing rate. But what's your favorite one? You said that's your least favorite. So what's your favorite one?
That's my least favorite. I would go for Groza, but because I don't know how to spray with the Groza, I would go for the AWM. I think my sniping skills are better than my spraying skills. So the AWM, any day, anytime. The AMR, I can't take that weapon. It only has like a few bullets. But you know, if you have an AWM, that's everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. But my favorite would be the MK14, single fire, auto. It just does everything for me. I think I'm even trying to rank up to like #1 MK14 user on my server. So that's something I'm looking forward to doing before the season runs out. But that aside, let's get back to why we're here. and that is PMNC Kenya. We have 16 teams. Remember, top 8 is the goal. I think I did watch the PMNC South Africa, the last game, right? And I think there was one of the teams that qualified in the last game. The last game, the last performance. They did pack up a couple of eliminations and they found themselves in the top 7. I'm trying to remember what team that was in the South African in the South African qualifiers, that group stage game. But I watched them through the first 4 games, and it was quite interesting to see that the pressure really gets to some of these teams when they get to like game 4, game 5. The pressure starts to mount, they start getting lost, and they still just can't find their way around. But do you think it's going to be the same here, or do you think it's going to be a little bit more balanced for this Kenyan?
I think we'll just experience. We might experience the same thing. The team that is consistent in the first game, because dominate Rondo, maybe get like 20 points. Probably this team is going to be ahead when it comes to Erangel, Miramar, because if you can dominate in a hot drop, you can dominate in those kinds of maps. But we have remontandas all around. You've seen teams, they fail in the game number 1, game number 2, but very terrific in the game number 3, game number 4, and those final games. I don't know how they do this. I don't know what kind of mentality that they begin the games with, but I think they need to be very, very balanced when it comes to these games. Like that kind of action that you want to give us in the last seconds of the maps, that is the same action that you need to start. Like, you need to be consistent. If they are consistent, they have a lot of chances of getting to that top 3. Right now, they don't have time to fumble, and you are out. Reminds me of another team that I will not mention today. Yeah, they play football.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not get into that. But nonetheless, I'm looking forward to seeing some specific teams, perform, because I do know them outside of the PMNC and they have been quite consistent. And I'm looking to see if they will do the exact same thing here. A little bit of a difference here, but Rondo is the first map. The goal is to get as many points on the board in match number 1 so that you can have an edge over the opposition from match 2 to match 3, before we wrap up the Erangels, and then we head into the last 2 Miramar games where a different type of strategy is going to be in play. But again, we are looking forward to those teams. We are looking forward to those performances. The likes of Death Dose, I believe Death Dose is Kenya's pride and joy, so we'll see if they are going to be very consistent. Wait, what was that? What was that?
No, I know why you say Deathos. Okay, these guys are dominating so much, and they have one key player. This guy
let's not glaze him. No,
we're not glazing him.
Let's not glaze this guy. No. We all know who it is. We all know who it is, but we're not going to mention his name. He has to show working.
You're not mentioning his name, but he knows himself.
Yeah.
This guy has been showing up in all the tournaments that have been in Kenya. All the tournaments, I mean all of them. 5 years behind, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, even right now. This guy has been in the esports scene and has been dominating from then till now. But the question is, are the underdogs going to take the throne from them? They are good, but do we have better teams today? 4 PFs are there. We have Vexa Esports, Clutch Gods. I think they want to clutch so much. I think they clutch so much, that's why they're called the Clutch Gods. Yeah, hopefully that will be the case in the games, It can't be otherwise. If it is otherwise, that's quite painful, and that's going to hurt even their morale. Clutch God clutched. That's not the thing that we want to see. We want to see the Clutch Gods clutching. And we have a lot of guys, a lot of teams that have a lot of potential. When it comes to these games, it's not about age. It's not about experience. It's about the now. How these teams will be playing in the moment. Because maybe you've been a very, very good player. You have all the avatar frames from the Conqueror Season 1, Season 2, Season 3. But when it comes to now, maybe you fumble so much. So you just have to have the composure to be able to execute the now. Otherwise, you are done and dusted.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the game to kick off, and we are excited to bring the PMNC Kenya action to your screens. Hopefully, the plane is going to take off any moment from now, and we will get straight into that rondo action. But until then, let's get your predictions in the chat, right? Let's get your predictions in the chat.
Yeah.
Who do you think is taking game number 1 for Rondo? I think it's going to be, although there's a team that's not in this group, so I'm expecting them to be in tomorrow's games, and that's Falling Ruthless. I think we are going to see them tomorrow.
Yes.
That's another team I will be keeping my eye out for. I will be watching tomorrow's games as well. But for the Kenyan teams, I'm looking for seeing Hakuna Matata, right? That's a very unique name. You can't really just miss that one. That's a very interesting name to use in a tournament like this. So you gotta stay on that one, because they're gonna get flamed if they don't perform, to some extent. I want to see if that's going to be the case for them. But yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. You said Vexor Esports is another team you want to, look out for, so that we're going to keep our eyes peeled on that particular team as it stands.
Yeah, we also have the Delhi Esports. I think these are some of the oldest teams around, although they did used to play the competitive. They were not so much in the competitive scene. These days, these guys are just dominating. You have the Delhi Kevo. Hopefully these guys can show us their deadly nature. No worries in the game. Hakuna Matata. It reminds me of that song. I think it was Hakuna Matata. Hopefully that will be the case for most of these teams, and Hakuna Matata itself. I don't know who will be able to make it to the top 8, but the team that will be able to make it here today, that will be a GG's. You only have 6 maps to prove yourself. The road to the PMGO has just begun. PMGO is like the biggest stage of all in this African scene. It's in the season number 1. So season number 1, 10,000 USD. Season number 2, it keeps on piling up, and the cash keeps on adding up. I think it will be very, very many. And imagine a team winning the PMGO. It will be like the PMEC, where the X-Force rejects, they won it. And you can't talk about PMEC without talking about the X-Force from South Africa. So the team that will be winning this PMNC, then going to win the PMGO, they will be making a very, very big statement and a very, very big record for their country, and as well for the team itself. But PMNC, we have just begun. And the games are almost beginning. Don't forget, give the stream a like, subscribe, and make sure to follow PUBG Mobile Africa on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Of course, you're here. Otherwise, how are you watching the stream? So make sure that you subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. If you're here, just subscribe. And let's keep on pushing PUBG Mobile Africa to the global stage. Hopefully this time around we see a couple of PMGC teams from Africa. We got one PMGC team. That was the X-Force Rejects. Hopefully we can have 2 or 3 teams representing Africa this time around. Priest, I think that will be the biggest joy to the African countries.
Yeah, I mean, if we do have a lot of representation, I'm all for that as well. But again, you have to commend PUBG Mobile for giving us a pathway to the global stages through PMNC to PMGO, then to EWC, that's PMWC, then PMGO Global. So lest we forget, the winner from the PMGO Africa Season 1 will represent the African region at the PMGO Global stages. I believe that is going to be in Indonesia sometime in the summer. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one as well. I don't know what the prize pool for that tournament is, but I know it's going to be large. It's going to be super large, and I think that adds to a couple of points as that heads towards PMGC in Istanbul later this year. So fingers crossed for that one as well. But I think we are also going to have another PMGO somewhere along the line, going downwards later in the year. Then we have the ENC before PMGC in in winner. So again, there's a lot of global tournaments. I'm looking forward to, PMGO, PMWC, ENC, and then PMGC. 4 global tournaments in a year. PUBG Mobile, I don't think PUBG Mobile has ever done it like this before. So this is a big opportunity for Africa to be on the map, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that will be the case for some of our favorite teams as they charge and get into that global stage.
And if you are watching an aspiring esports team, please take notes today, because it's going to be quite hot. Understand all the maps, understand how these teams are taking and making those rotations, taking those fights, because this is how you begin. We never believed, Africa never believed esports is a career, but at the moment, I think the narrative is changing, and esports is becoming one of the biggest things. Maybe soon this will be taught in schools, and that's the goal. Get something small while you enjoy what you love best. PUBG Mobile. Don't forget, give the stream a like, subscribe. Man, I can't wait for the action, man. I can't wait for the action. When is the first game beginning, man? I want to see which team will be starting all the banter. We have a lot of teams here that are, I won't say enemies, but they're not the best of friends. Let's see if they can be able to live up to that banter. Social media is a very big thing, and we've been watching them maybe in some few tournaments get this team when they encounter each other. It's normally a lot of chaos, a lot of banter. Whoever wins that is like wins the whole ego thing. And a couple of teams to be watching out for today. We'll mention a couple of them in the game, not right now. We can't give you leakage of everything. Yeah, we are going to tell you in the game as we wait for the first game to roll in. This is the PMNC Kenya. And as Priest told you guys, write in the comment section which team you are vouching for, the team that you think is going to dominate in the first game of the evening. And that is it. The first match of the PMNC Kenya commences in 10 seconds. I hope you guys are ready. Get your popcorns on, because this is it. It is time for the action. Showtime, Priest. Let's go.
Rondo. It's Rondo time, baby. Who will be the one? Well, we're about to find out. The PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya 2026 match number 1 for Rondo is where it is kicking off. Let's take a quick look at the playing path. Interestingly enough, different strategy for Rondo. You know that teams do you think the recall feature in Rondo gives teams a little bit of a different strategy, when they play these games? Do you think they think, okay, we don't really have to play slow, we can get a little bit more aggressive, see if we can get some points early on and then capitalize on that one? Or do you think it doesn't really matter like that?
No, it does really matter, because the recall system changes everything. It changes how teams approach other teams, because you have a recall, so you get like a beat boost in confidence. You can push, take those eliminations, or get eliminated. It's a 50/50 chance. So it really does a lot when it comes to the behavior of teams and how they play the game. And it's quite an additional thing if you are able to utilize those recalls. And beginning Rondo, the most strategy that I see these teams using, one of them goes to the recall, then the 3 try to take on those fights, try to get those eliminations as soon as they can. And if they get eliminated, they will play safe. And already BPX Von almost eliminated. IGL bringing the fight to the death, and these might be one of the eliminations today. Brutal Psychos Von, they know that he's very low, and that's why they're making that push these early in the game. I don't know what happened to the BPX Von, why he does not have any weapon, but that is quite painful.
Very painful. Absolutely very painful. Again, it stems from the fact that there's not enough intel. There's not enough intel. There's not enough information for some of these teams. You know, Vaughn has been recalled, but again, it is it's very chaotic the way Rondo always starts, because you're always going to see teams land on top of each other without any type of intel, you know, and most teams tend to play a little bit closer to recall centers because they know that there's no way they take on a 4v4 or a 3v4 without having a player that is close enough to a recall center to call, you know, one of the teammates back. And that's just realistically where it's at. And this is something we've thought about time and time again, PTK. But now we've seen, you know, the likes of Death Dose under siege. They had one of their players knocked away, and I think Brutal Cycles as well, the same thing. But do you think this affects the mentality of these teams when they lose out, you know, early, and when they lose players early? Do you think it affects them mentally?
I think it will affect them, but not that much. You know, as long as you have a full squad, you can be able to regain all those points. You know, you just give out maybe 1 or 2 points. Try to make those points come your way by playing it safe, playing it as if you have no recalls, playing it like very, very strategically. But at the moment, you have the Delhi Esports fighting against Call Me calls back to the lobby. And that is Voke. Already with the 2 eliminations, Vexa Esports already, I think they're trying their best. Hakuna Matata with the most eliminations at the moment with 3, Delhi with 2, BPX with 1 elimination. So most of the teams with 1 elimination, and only 12 teams remaining. This will be quite hard for teams that have missed the first game to be able to come back and ultimately get that remontada. If the Delhi Esports can be able to get a couple of eliminations, placement, they will be able to set the pace of these games.
It's all about setting pace, you know? Yeah. It's all about being in control. Most of these teams do love to be in control of the game relatively very, very early in the game as well. Especially those teams that get early eliminations. You can see Alpha Base with an idea of their own. Deadly is also in the mix. Brutal Cycles also in the mix. And Call Me, there's a lot of teams in this concentrated area, and that's to show that there's not a lot of intel that has gone around. There's not a lot of research that has been done, you know, by some of these teams like Alpha Base and Call Me. I don't think they're aware of how many teams that are here. Again, Mike peeks out a little bit too much, immediately gets burned at the stake, and it will hurt him immediately. Shanks dropping that one. Deadeye with a DP28 flushes him immediately. Couple of eliminations already going in that general direction. Feroz from Vexor Esports, one of the teams that PTK said to keep an eye out for. So we're going to keep an eye out for them right now. Call Me, trade-off Immortal, getting knocked away there and getting flushed as well. Voke is putting in a masterclass as well. He has been looking very, very solid. Venom charging a grenade onto Voke's position. That's a beautiful launch, but he can't seem to find it. But he does find a drop on his position as well. Deadly. It's looking very good for them, though, if they can find a way around it. But Venom is going to go for that flush immediately, trades one off, and he will avenge his fallen comrade. And on the other side, PTK, there is still chaos. There is still action going on. What is so special about this area that has all of these teams fighting inside?
Yeah, this area is special because it's a hot drop, and the hot drops are normally very, very special. We've seen Hakuna Matata living up to the name. No worries, they're still getting those eliminations. But at the moment, I think Alpha Base is dominating this point. And if they can be able to like get all the scores remaining, we have Vexa and we have Hakuna Matata. If they can be able to get those eliminations and get those players as soon as they can. Oh my word, Vexa Firoz just got a double nade, which will be a game changer for the Vexa Esports. They are making that push. They needed that opening knock. They got it. Rushing with the S12Ks. These will be GGs for Hakuna Matata. No worries. No. They have something to worry about. Vexa Esports is there. And they do clinch Hakuna Matata in a very, very clinical way.
Ooh, MJ dialing it in there, smooth criminal like. We love to see it. That is a job well done. Alpha Base, on the other hand, trying to add more to the stew here that they are cooking. As you can see, Vexor Esports are not shying away. They are representing PTK nicely right now. Grenades from Gone. And they are making a quick work of that one. Venom is going to try to trade one off. Ferro's been spotted. He committed a little bit too much there, and he will be hurt in the process. His teammates too far out. A Molotov immediately shucked and jabbed inside to burn him away. But fortunately for him, he's already making a way up the stairs to reconvene with the rest of his teammates. But doesn't look like he is going to find a way around, because Alpha Base want to capitalize on this. Gun on the other side switches immediately. S12K in hand, and he is looking for the rest of the opposition there to send them quickly back into the lobby. And it doesn't look like there will be a for a recall. And Venom immediately trades off, almost getting knocked away there. 1 HP. He has to be very, very careful. Hopefully, his Venom will be potent, and it is. And that will be the end of the road for a couple of players for Vexor, but spoke too soon. There is always a recall center to the rescue, PTK.
Yo, there's always a recall center for rescue, but Alpha Base didn't need the rescue. They just got the Vexor Esports as if it was that easy. You know, Vexor Esports was the team that clutched the Hakuna Matata, but the way the Alpha Base made the push, and with 3 players in their squad with 3 eliminations, that's quite crazy. 9 eliminations already on the board. And the circle taking a shift towards the central point of Rondo, where the Death Those are calling home. The Brutal Cycles will be moving towards the east side as they try to get the best spots in the game. Daily Dex, one of the few players remaining in these factory region, and the only player surviving for the Delhi Esports at the moment in this area. Vexor eliminated. Delhi Dex is the only player fighting against the Alpha Base. He has to be careful because this Alpha Base team is trying to clutch and show everyone that they are the Alpha. And a nade right now might prove to be the decisive step. Delhi Dex very, very low, and that is quite a clutch for the Alpha Base Esports.
Well, Alpha Base have everything working for them right now. If you ask me, 10 eliminations, and they're looking very, very confident and very comfortable. I mean, they pale. Other teams pale in comparison to them right now, because Death Dose, the only team trailing in second place, only have 3 eliminations gathered so far. That should actually tell you that Alpha Base are doing everything right at this stage. But now more questions and answers for some of the other teams that are still yet to secure anything on the board for themselves. And I'm talking about the likes of Horn Legends, Relentless, Clutch Gods. No points on the board for them so far. What do you think about teams that haven't secured any points at this stage? Do you think, they're playing a little bit too slow, or just because of where they landed and there's no action there, it is going to be very, very tricky for them if they can't find a way through?
For the team that have 0 eliminations, honestly, I think it might be their landing point, or maybe they landed at the hole drops, got eliminated quite fast. But the goal is the numbers. Maybe they're trying to use a different strategy. Maybe the teams that didn't land at the hole drops, they want to play their game without any pressure, just as smooth as they can, so that they will at least find it a bit similar to the other maps. But they have to understand that Rondo, you don't have the chance to play it as a random map. You can't play Rondo as a wrangle, because we have a lot of features in Rondo that are not there in these other maps. And the circle might be shifting and taking most parts of Tuling. And the IGLs, they have to make the shift through the waters. We have the clutch gods, HL, Hakuna Matata. It's all a matter of time, because only 3 teams are in the safe zone. That is the BPX. We have the Dead Those 4 PFs. And the IGLs are trying to take the play zone from the north side, which is a very, very good point. But they have to be careful, because they will be encountering the Death Those and the BPX from that region. And finally, we've seen the Relentless team. We've not seen this team anywhere. This is the first time that we are seeing the team with an encounter priest.
Interesting times for them, though. But seeing that this is actually the first time they are going to get into a little bit of action, would love to see how they fare off. Clutch Gods not in a solid not in a solid patrol position though, but they are trying their best to hold on there. But it looks like Death Dose will be setting their sights onto the guys from Alpha Base, and Mikey is going to be a victim of that position. He will be getting turned outside. Tom from IGL getting his gun very, very active as well. Clutch Gods in trouble, losing out, and Brutal Cycles back to a 4-man. I think we did have one of the guns dropped away there, but Mateo with an open space there. Dynamo's got the P90, and that gun gives me an exuding amount of confidence when I use it. And now Dynamo is not going to be so lucky. He pales in comparison to the S12K, shot to the chest as he goes down and holds his belly. An opportunity now for Death Dose to hold on just a little bit longer, but they are pressing forward. And Glixie will play behind. William has been knocked away, but will be getting picked up. Taken has been taken back into the lobby. And a press forward position there, they might be able to hold it around. But here comes the whole Legends. They're holding on. Smokes already at the door to shut the vision. And Glitch is trying to get an angle there. Glixie plays behind him as well. And they're open positions. A 3 versus 2 now. Mateo is all left to him. Can he clutch? Can he turn this around? First shot with the S12K, a victim of circumstance there. And here comes Mateo, might be going for the second, but he's dropped straight to his knees. And that could have been something special, but unfortunately, the whole Legends will be dispatched as they will get a dose of death.
And the death, those are whispering death in the ears of the Horn Legends. Dynamo was quite good, and the Horn Legend player, that guy almost 1v3'd the Death Those Kenya, but unfortunately, it's always a numbers game when you're fighting such maps and when you're encountering such teams. You know, Glixie is good. We have Glitch is good. Vexa Esports are also making the push. Oh my word! Fighting against the CG3, Vexa Esports Aqua giving the Vexa Esports something to think about. With the headshots, S12K in hand, he's trying to get the Vexa Esports. Aqua is the only man, but he has to play safe. Only one player, Hamito, from the CG3 that is surviving. And Vexa Esports, they have to be careful. A 1v1 situation. Remontada for the CG3s as they eliminate the Vexa Esports out of that game. And the underdogs, they are under the turf and back to the lobby. GG's to the CG3.
Wow. Wow. You would not expect this to go down the way it has gone so far. But right now, IGL down to Jamal. And he is going to be the last one inside of Tuling. I mean, most of the teams have been in Tuling for the longest time. In all of this chaos, we're down to 11 teams, 30 players. And remember, the goal here is to be in top 8. A little bit of a trade-off that most of these teams will try something special. But take a look at Helmito. He immediately goes for the flush, swaps right through. Take a look at that, the drop shot from Hermito. Clutch Gods definitely have some clutch players. I mean, take a look at that, showing exactly what he's made of. And arguably, that is actually my favorite SMG, the Tommy gun. 50 rounds of pure chaos, especially when you put a suppressor on it. You gotta love it. And that is what we love to see. Call Me, on the other hand, 2 players in, and they will try their absolute best to see if they can actually find a way to see this through. Godslayer and Immortal, the last 2 left. Clutch Gods on the other side, also making rotation. Brutal Cycles also trying to get themselves back into the zone. Viper with a drop on Isco, and they will be sent back into the lobby as well. They are adding numbers slowly but surely. And Death Dose, on the other hand, trying to keep the pressure on. They're down. I think they're down 1 player taken, we saw earlier, and now several eliminations. I think Death Dose might just be able to snatch this one away, PTK. And IGL looking very interested there as they've been sent back into the lobby. Not the way they were expecting to go down, but it is part of the story gone with Alpha Base trying to close this down. But it's not looking like it's going to be a possibility. Again, it is very, very interesting seeing how Death Dose have found a way to maneuver themselves around, and they found a little bit of a space inside of the next zone comfortably as well. It is very, very interesting for Deadly because they do have 4 players up. They do have 4 eliminations as well, and they might be able to categorize the angles that they've got so far. They've set themselves up quite nicely to defend this position. But now Deadly with a side note off to that hillside is a very good split in a 3-1 split. Voke, JD, and Manu just over to the hillside, and they were keeping an eye on the likes of Death Dose and all of the surrounding teams as the play zone closes down to give them a little bit of a breather into the next phase of the circle.
The BPX, they're taking the eastern side of Tulin. The Dead Those will be encountering one of the most dominant teams in the game number 1, which is the Alpha Base. Already they took one of their guys, that was Mike. The Alpha Base will be very, very angry. Dead Those, as they are moving, they are making a lot of enemies. Delhi is taking the high grounds, and already the Alpha Base are making those push on the Dead Those. William has to be careful not to make a mistake right now. Any fumble and the AP goat Naruto will be getting that knock. Nades flying, AP gone down, and Naruto will be the final player fighting against the Dead Those. Will he be able to snatch that victory from the Dead Those? Unfortunately, he will not be able, because the Dead Those, they are very, very dominant. Already at 8 eliminations, which is quite insane already. But that is nice. That is incredible as they keep on pushing to get that chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner is the goal here for Call Me and the rest of the teams that are left so far. We're down to 7 teams, 23 players, all looking for a way to get into that top 8 and get through into the party. But now Glixi with a little bit of an open space for him, as Death Dose did manage to secure an extra elimination after getting rid of Alpha Base with some help from the guys from Call Me as well. Godslayer and Immortal just on the other western side. They're keeping an eye on this progress from Death Dose, just making sure the situation doesn't escalate into something that will hurt them in the future. And 4 packets full. Only 1 elimination so far, courtesy of Howie. Not be able to get more, but they do have the numbers, and they do have a little bit of a nice southern spot into the zone. No more recalls at this stage. Anyone who gets knocked will be getting flushed, and that will be the end of the road for them. No more moving forward in that recall center. Vaughn, Viper, Tezzy, and Ethox all moving together for the Brutal Psychos. And Alpha Base currently leading the charge, 12 eliminations and 13 points on the total here. It is something that we've seen these teams do time and time again. They have been very, very consistent over time. Manu will have to make a little bit of a rotation into the zone there for Team Deadly, and they will have to reposition Death Dose in their sight lines. Doesn't look like they will commit to that exchange either way, but they do have the extra man advantage. Glitch is already making an advance for it because they know they need to make sure that Deadly do not get their way into the zone at this stage.
And Glitch was trying to make that, can I call it a rotation? But the Delis are already holding that point, so these is a very, very strong ground for the Delis, and the Dead Those, they might be meeting the end. They're trying to scout the area. Glitch, avoiding any glitches. Call Me, still watching the Dose team. As a William, Glitch, Glixi, all of them are trying to find the right spot. And the Dose are pushing. Oh my word. They made the first strike, but the Death Those, they are making that clinical finish and take the Call Me back to the lobby. 10 elimination. Glitch was almost eliminated. Glixi and William quite confident in their gameplay and sends the Call Me back to the lobby.
Wow, Call Me. Well, they have been called back. End of the road for them as well. Horn Legends, interestingly enough, they're back to 4. So I believe the final recall did happen just in time to get all of the players, from Call Me back, from Horn Legends back into the into the game. So that is going to give them a huge boost going into the final phase of the zone. Nemesis now setting a sideline there. First drop over the shoulder on the other side there. Deadly going to be the victims. They do have a player knocked away there. Chizzy from Relentless Esports, he spotted out, and a grenade will follow suit immediately from Tezzy. Surely that one will connect. It does. Lands straight on top of his head and blows him away. And that will be the end of the road for Relentless. Relentlessly, they are back into the lobby. An opportunity for Brutal Psychos to an opportunity for Brutal Psychos to make something happen here. Immediately Finisher getting pulled out of his vehicle by the shoulders, and a couple more sprays on the other side. Viper, the next victim. Ethox trades off. Mateo goes down. Horn Legends are not backing down without a fight. Finisher tries to hold on as well. He's going to get knocked away. Manu goes down to Nemesis. Grenades and utilities flying left, right, and center as Finisher will be getting finished. And that will be the end of the road for him. But here comes Dynamo for Horn Legends. He's pressing forward and he's going up against King Von. We've seen King Von play in a dangerous position once and twice here. But Dynamo is taking too much damage. He's caught into the blue. He will be getting knocked away there immediately by Tezzy. S12K straight to the chest. And that will be the end of the road for Horn Legends Dynamo as he bikes back. And Viper hopefully will be getting picked up. Brutal Psychos still keeping 4 players up, PTK.
You know, Brutal Psychos, they have been one of the most dominant foes in the esports scene in Kenya right now. You know, the Desdos are good, but the BPX, they are in their best form right now. And with one of the, can I say the youngest? Because I believe he might be the youngest player playing the game today at just 15 years of age. That is the BPX Daisy, one of the most dangerous people ever. HL Aggressor has to be careful. The Desdos, they want the Horn Legends. And there's just no way the Aggressor is going to let his guard down. Glitch, William, Glixie, all of them moving towards the HL Aggressor. And the game is very, very flocked with 4 teams remaining. A lot of teams taking that western side. And this might be the end for most of these guys. And Rondo, you know the beauty of Rondo, those falling blocks, that is one of the best things added. I think they need to put these in a wrangle. I think this would be like the biggest additions ever, Priest.
You're absolutely right. You know, it would be fun to see how, you know, players and teams utilize cover just like this in a map like Erangel, where it's very, very tactically free-flowing, but it's something we would love to see nonetheless. But those, on the other hand, 12 eliminations, they have caught up to the Alpha Base, who were leading the charge here, and they have secured a much better ratio of placement points so far. They are sitting in the top 3. Potentially, they could get all the way through the line, but those do have disadvantage. They are a man less as compared to the other 2 teams, you know, and that is just, we are going to see how they manage it with that extra man that they do not have. Glixie, William, you know, all playing a little bit in a split, but they do have sightlines on each other and they are looking very comfortable. You can see they are trying to stretch the zone out wide comfortably here, but 4 packets full. They already have 5 eliminations, and there's a chance that they might be able to see this through. They have a little bit of the zone here. It is really a matter of where the zone shifts next. That is where it's going to be really important, because Brutal Psychos have decided to position themselves in the other southern side as well, playing closer towards the southeast, and they will position themselves just a little bit closer towards the silo with a sight line over the top saw, and maybe Brutal Psychos might turn this around, PTK.
Yeah, they might turn this around, you know. Most of the tournaments that I've been watching, Brutal Psychos in this last zone, they are very, very brutal. So if they can be able to hold it long enough to prevent the Desdos from accessing this point, they might win the game. But the 4 PFs are there. 4 PF Nemesis, a very, very good nade from Viper, but Viper not striking anyone. The Venom was there, but no one was home. 4 PFs, they have to be careful. 2 players behind one crate, that will be very, very bad. BPX Vaughn knocked as they are making the push. They didn't see the 4 PFs there, and they lose a couple of players. And the Tazy making that push. Vaughn is still down with only 3 players remaining. Viper striking. They won those eliminations. And they're trying to take the east side. Viper, Nemesis, one of the few players remaining. And the 4 PF reduced to only 2 players. from a 4v4 to a 4v2. Bavon is still down. I don't think they're going to go for that revive Nemesis. That might be the end. And a GG's for the 4PFs as they exit that game. And we are in the final creme de la creme of the game. BPX versus the Dead Those. Which team has the biggest manpower and the will to take the game home?
Brutal Psychos, 4 players up, 12 eliminations. Death Does, on the other hand, are looking to close this out the way they have done. It is really a matter of where the play zone moves next. Does it bless Brutal, or will it bless Death Dose instead? Brutal Cycles will be the team to just move a couple of meters ahead just to keep things into perspective. But here we go. We are seeing the point of view of each player from each team. We have the camera on Glixty as well. We've got a camera on Ethos too. But that extra man from Brutal Psychos might be the game changer for the team here. But we're about to see it's AUG Central there. AUG for Glitch, AUG for Glixy as well. We talked about the AUG. And we've got an AUG on the other side as well for Viper. It's all about the AUGs now. But whose AUG is going to secure the chicken dinner? Well, we are about to see if that will be the case. A little bit of a trade-off that we've seen here. It could turn things around there. But Brutal Cycles keeping themselves out into the open. There's so many opportunities for them to get this game done. But it's all about the zone. It's all about the play zone. Where does the play zone shift? Who does it benefit into the final third? We're about to witness. Death Does have 3 players up, going up against 4. This could be an opportunity for them to do something special in a 3v4 scenario here. Ethos, but again, Brutal Cycles are spread quite evenly. They have a sightline on every single position. Glixy was spotted there. The moment he peeked his head, Tezzy almost taking his helmet away from him. And that could have been something very, very diabolical to go down. And take a look at that. They are squeezed into that western corner. Tezzy plays in behind. Glixy with a sightline over the top side there. He's trying to close this down and reduce the gap. Here comes Glitch. He's making that first play. And he opens the scoring now for Dose. And he's trying to keep them into the open spaces there. Grenade is now trying to fly through. A trade-off is good, but Glitch has been spotted. He's taking the first hit. The first grenade launched again. That could be dangerous play there for Death Dose, but they have to capitalize. They know it's not in their core. That grenade too far out. Glitch, the victim there. That grenade surely shuts it down. The utility usage from Brutal Cycles is too brutal. Death Dose can't comprehend. The grenades are falling from the skies. They turned it into a red zone. William trying his absolute best to make something happen. They trade off is good. King Vaughn getting caught on the horizon. He's going to be swept away as well. It's a 3 versus 2. Tezzy plays off the right-hand side, and a grenade is launched as well from William, and he hurts him. He burns away. Molotov, but the pressure's on, and he forces them out into the open space. Viper slithering through, trying to make sure he strikes perfectly, but Glixy plays in behind him over to that left-hand side. Ethox is deep in the blue zone, and an open space there. Switches immediately to the S12K, tries to go for the 1v1. Another grenade and another angle. He switches through. 2 versus 1. William will clutch it in. Death Dose will deliver the death yet again. Brutal Psychos, not psychotic enough. They just cannot deal with Kenya's finest.
Death Dose, Death Dose, Death Dose, and that is what the name reflects. That was one OP game. That is how you set a mark in the first game of the tournament. That was quite crazy. It was a 4v3, but they turned it to a win. How they did that, you just saw that. But the Death Dose, that was clinical finish as they got that win. You know, the BPX, they had the most chances of winning, but unfortunately they were not fortunate enough to take that win home. That was the final fight, man. The final blow, which was quite crazy. Watching to see how things unfolded. Daisy, that was the knock that changed the whole game, because Daisy was the one that was holding that flank. If Daisy was still alive, I think the chances would have been different, and maybe the outcomes would not have been like that. But you know what? This is game, and the Death Dose, they just inflicted that dose straight into the Brutal Psychos, and the Brutal Psychos are GG's. But the Death Dose, amazing.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. 3 versus 4. And the thing that you would notice here is Death Doors made the play. They did not allow the zone to dictate for them. They made the play. Glitch moved ahead, you know, keeping the rest of the team in the loop and forcing, you know, Brutal Cycles to react instead of being proactive. That is where it was very, very, very chaotic, and that is something that hurt them in the process. But you know, you gotta respect it. Death Dose 16 eliminations. This is exactly what we talked about. Starting really, really strongly, putting your best foot forward, almost doing 2,800 in damage points, a couple of heals in there, but 30 minutes on the clock. Death Dose were absolutely incredible with that performance. And again, it's one of those things we talked about. These players, they are so consistent. They are so always ready to give it their 100%. 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That's the best way to start, PDK.
Oh my word, Dead Those. That was a crazy fast game. And you know, one of the most dominant forces in Kenya, and they have just shown us why. Glixi. Oh, look at those eliminations, which are quite crazy. These are the stats. The damage was quite crazy from Glixi. I think that was the man of that team with more than 1,000 damage. That was quite crazy for eliminations, although Glitch, the man with the most eliminations there. William was quite confident when he took out, we saw the Call Me, and as he tried his best to take out the BPX, which was rather impressive to watch and be part of. But the Dead Those, they just did that. And for the game number one, these are our top stats, where Glitch had the most eliminations, 6. Still from the Dead Those, with Glixi with the highest damage, more than 1,000. Nemesis with the most grenade eliminations, 2. Glitch with the longest elimination, 319 meters. And then finally from Hakuna Matata, who has been the top traveler at 11.8, almost 12 kilometers. But it's kind of funny being the top traveler, and I didn't see the Hakuna Matata team in the last zone. So it's quite crazy. And for the player of the match with the 6 eliminations, those Glitch, with quite some impressive gameplay, a high damage, 5 knockouts, survived 29 minutes in the first game, Rondo. But will they be able to maintain the same form in the game number 2 up to the game number 6? But Death Those with the first chicken dinner of the evening.
And that is what we want to see. But take a look at that. 26 points. But Brutal Cycles did not allow this to, you know, rumble them a little bit too much. 19 points, still not too crazy enough. Alpha Base, those eliminations, putting them into the top 3. 13 points to the good. 4 packets full, balancing things out, 5 apiece. 410 points in total, sitting in the top 4. Deadly also in there with 7 points total. Clutch Goals clutching out 6 eliminations to give them 6 points. Horn Legends, not the performance I was expecting from them. They only managed 1 elimination in all of that chaos. Seeing as they did have a 4-man team at the later phases of the game, that performance was not good enough. Call Me, on the other hand, did manage to phase a couple of eliminations in there with Immortal, but they just couldn't find a way through, you know. But Dead Doze did stand they did stand 10 toes down on business, though, putting in the work on this phase of that leaderboard. But you know, it is something that we do love to see. Again, the chaos is something that we have loved every single part of. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the PMNC Kenya. It is day 1 of the group stages. PTK, we just saw a 3 versus 4, and the 3-man team won. What?
Expect such kind of things, you know. This is a tournament, and all these players, they are good at their craft. When it comes to playing, they are very, very little. You never know what might transpire in these kinds of situations. As you saw, a 4v3 turned into a 2v chicken dinner. That was a very, very awesome and magnificent chicken dinner from the Dead Those Kenya, as they try to clinch that spot in the top 8 for the PMNC Kenya Finals, which will be, I think that's next week, right? I think the finals are next week, you know.
I think so as well. I think the finals are next week as well. But you You know, it's not really up to us to tell when the finals are. It's all about getting to the finals first, right? The teams have to get into the finals first, so we're gonna keep an eye on these teams, but we're starting to get a little bit of a feel of the teams to look out for, you know, and that's something I'm looking forward to seeing what the case is going to be, you know, in this group stages, at least at the moment.
Yeah, stage by stage, we are in the group stage. Only the top 8 will be making to the finals for that huge sum of money. And guys, this is just but the game number 1. Still have game number 2 up next. So see you in a very short break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. A little bit of technical difficulties there. Hopefully, we'll be sorted out on PTK's end. But yeah, I think we're back. Are we back? Well, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship Kenya. It is the group stages. It is day 1, and we just saw Death Dose put up a masterclass of performance in a 3 versus 4 amazing finish. They walked away with 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner. PTK, one of the teams to look out for, and they have showed why they are Kenya's finest.
Bro, that was amazing. Kenya's finest. But I don't think the other teams will be agreeing on that. We have a second game, third game, fourth game, fifth game, sixth game. So let's see who will be able to clinch that crown of Kenya's finest in the group number 1. And it's quite crazy. The BPX, they almost won the game. Quite unfortunate they were not able to utilize the numbers very well. But hopefully in this second game, we're going to have a change in our scenarios. We're going to have a change in who gets that chicken dinner. Do you think we're going to have a new chicken dinner winner?
I'm looking forward to that though, but with the way I've seen these teams play so far, I think Alpha Base is one of those teams that is going to grow into the game. Erangel asks you for a little bit more tactically, so you have to be sound, you have to be aware, you have to make the right calls, you have to be in the right positions, you have to also watch out for the zone. So I think those things are going to come into play. I think we're going to see a little different strategy from some of these teams as opposed to what we just saw in Rondo. Teams are going to be a little bit more cautious now. So I would be looking forward to seeing, a surprise, right? Like from Vexor, like you said. I'm looking forward to a surprise from them.
Yeah, hopefully they can be able to gift us that amazing surprise. But it's not going to be easy. Will Dead Those be able to let that number 1 go? With 26 points, they sit currently top of the table. BPX, Alpha Base, Vexor Esports, Clutch Gods. We have the Horn. Is it the Horn Africa?
The Horn Legends, yeah.
Horn Legends, yeah. The one with Dynamo. The guy that had the P90. Oh, P90 is so scary. Shotguns are crazy. But have you had the P90?
Yeah, I mean, the P90, interesting enough, that's like my second favorite drop weapon after the MK14. But yeah, the only problem with the P90 is the bullets. You don't see the bullets a lot. You're gonna run out of bullets at some point, and you're not gonna find any more. So that's
you have 50 bullets.
Stick out for.
How are you running out of bullets? 50 bullets. You just need to make like 6 or 7 clean connections.
Yeah, that's true. But if you get it earlier in the game and it's your first choice weapon, I think you run out of bullets over time. Especially if you're in the team that likes to get into fights.
Yeah, but for a P90, between a P90 and a shotgun, I think I would always choose that P90 because the game, the shotguns are meant.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. We are in match number 2 for PMNC Kenya 2026. It is day 1 of the group stages, and now it's another opportunity for another team to snatch away a chicken dinner and get a little bit more confident and a little bit more comfortable in their pursuit of that chicken dinner. And who is that chicken dinner going to go to? Well, we're about to find out. Planes in the air, and teams are going to wave those guns around like they just don't care. We are going to see who wants it more than the rest, who is going to turn things around, who is ready to put the pressure on the rest of the lobby. We've seen Death Dose start very strongly. We've seen Brutal Cycles put in work. We've seen Alpha Base step up to the plate. But PTK, what are your expectations now that we're in Erangel?
My expectation is that teams will start playing it more safer than Rondo, because eliminating that recall, that proves to be quite a hurdle for most of these teams. We had the Alpha Base dominating because of that hot drop. They had a couple of eliminations, 9 eliminations in the hot drop, but without the hot drop, are we going to get like changes? We already have the dailies. They might be meeting up with the 4PFs. towards the eastern part of the map. Vex are taking quite a central approach. Hakuna Matata taking, can I say, the most dangerous place around, which is Pochinki. Although I don't understand why players don't go to Pochinki.
You know, that's actually valid thought, right? Pochinki. When I started playing PUBG Mobile relatively very early, Pochinki was where everybody went to, as opposed to, you know, Sandhawk and Boot Camp. It was literally the same vibe. It was the same vibe, arguably. Pochinki, Boot Camp, and Pecado, like central positions, very very central positions inside of the map. But is there a reason why people picked central positions of PTK? Do you think there's a reason why?
No, honestly, I think those are the best positions. To take on fights, you need to be at a very good position. Because the play zone, I think the play zone is a very very huge determinant. I know most of these teams, those are their top spots, and that central position, if the zone shifts. Let's say the zone makes a shift towards the southern part, you have the advantage. You are central. You can make the push and try to clean those safe spots in the play zone. If it makes a northern approach, you also have that advantage. So you're not going to be going through a lot of teams to be able to make it to the seven. So it's all about the best spots, that central position, dominating that spot, get loot in that spot, then easily move towards the play zone. I think that's why maybe the play zone, that's the biggest determinant when it comes to these teams choosing that central point.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. You know, the play zone is the key. It really determines who goes where, when, and how to get to those areas. And I think Pochinki just provides an avenue for you to connect to different places in the map relatively very quickly. I think that's very, very important. But now you can see the plane, we can see the plane path, how it went through, and now we have the play zone, right, centered up quite nicely. Rozok is kind of empty though. There's nobody there. Brutal Cycle is playing a little bit more central. Now, for a lobby like this, how useful is playing in the center?
Okay, for a lobby like this, teams like the Deathos, they'll be trying to come in the flanks. So playing at the center, you'll be able to see them coming before like, like, if I see you coming, you cannot attack me because I'm already ready. So it prepares me mentally, it prepares me physically, and it makes me always ready for these kinds of engagement. The brutal cycles, we have seen these guys, they're not getting eliminations in the first zone. So the key thing for them is they'll try to play along the safe zone, along that blue line, and ultimately try to get to the central part. So being at that central part will let you avoid all these teams that are avoiding that central part. It's always chaos when the zone shrinks, maybe at the stage 4, stage 5. And already, if you're at a good spot, you can be able to like gear up and take on these teams that are trying so eagerly to get to that safe zone. And already, we don't have any casualties, but the 4 PFs, there are 3 men, 1 man down, I think, have been eliminated by the dailies. And all the teams are moving, most of the teams towards that western part. We have the IGL, Vexa, and they Call Me. But in the previous game, you saw the 3v2 where they Call Me, they were eliminated. They made the first shot, but they were eliminated quite fast. Does that mean that Call Me, they don't have the confidence? Does that mean that Call Me, they gave up those, they gave up so easily? Did they give up in the first game so did they give up so easily, or they saw the kill feeds and they saw this is the dead those? How are we fighting these guys? Or maybe the numbers are not on their side.
I would think that it has more to do with the fact that they have still not understood the entirety of the lobby, right? I think most teams here, it's more about understanding the opposition, and that's something I talked about in the Rondo game, that a bunch of teams are still yet to understand the lobby, right? For teams like Death Dose, Alpha Base, and Brutal Cycles, 4 Packets Full, these teams, they have a little bit of understanding of what the lobby is like immediately, or the strategy that they play you know, it gives them the opportunity to understand the lobby at a quick glance and then grow into the game much quicker. I still think that these other teams are going to be fine over time, but you know, I think the confidence thing comes in from like game 4. I think the confidence thing just comes in from like game 4, PTK. I think that's where it comes from.
Okay. But you know, you only have 6 games to prove yourself. So maybe game 4 might be rather a little bit late for you to prove to us that you are the big man in the room. And as you can see, we don't have a lot of teams taking that Jojo pool area. Only one team will be dominating that end. Those already at a very, very good spot. Hakuna Matata trying to take the shooting range. And it's all about those positions. Get the positions very early and you can be able to call the shots. And towards the northern bridge, I think we're going to have a lot of teams getting siphoned from the end. BPX already, they're trying to move around Rozok, a place where we have a lot of loot, but few teams get to land there. And the BPX will be making the first push towards the clutch god. But I don't know, are the BPX going to choke this, or are they going to give the CG3s one heck of a time?
Oh, things are not looking too good here, though. The break is actually on there. Hermito is going to be knocked away. Brutal Cycles smell blood in the water. This is one of those teams that you have to be wary of. You cannot make mistakes. Rocky is trying to use the shotgun to his own advantage there, but he can't seem to find a way through. Gets the first drop, and he does get the second. And Rocky is rocking them one by one. S12K straight to the dome. And it's not something I was expecting, but Viper is going to have to trade it off there. Brutal Cycles losing out. And the Clutch Gods are actually in a split here. So Brutal Cycles had no idea that they had a player on the other side. Clutch Gods doing a magnificent job of keeping it together. Now Rocky caught here in a 2 versus 1. His teammate still far away, still nowhere to be found. He has to reduce the gap. He has to play this a little bit closer there. Rocky's still trying to reduce the space between those two teams again. But again, Clutch Gods playing this perfectly though. But it doesn't look like they will be able to find a way through here if Rocky can't seem to get his feet under him. Grenades from Brutal Psychos, Viper, and Vaughn working hand in hand. They need to make sure they deal with this guy. He has been a thorn in their side. He's already eliminated 2 of them. There's a big chance for a 4-piece here if they're not careful. He's jumping all around the rooftop, so they can't keep track of where he is. They just can't tell where he is, PTK.
Oh my word, but I'm quite disappointed for like that's a CG3 Sato. Yo, your teammate is fighting, you already took down 2. Why aren't you there to prove to make that assist? And he goes for the one before. I wanted the squad way, but unfortunately he only got the duo. But the CG3 Sato, what is he doing? His teammate just took out 2. Sato, what was that? Your teammate is clutching. He's a very, very heated fight. He tried his best to hold this BPX team, but I don't think the clutch god Sato, that was what he wanted, but that comes to their biggest disadvantage. So that was quite painful to watch. I think he would have easily helped his teammate clutch that BPX team.
I thought so as well. You know, that was the expectation. I mean, when you are in a 2-2 split, especially if you're not even in a 2-2 split, especially if you're playing as 3, because Clutch Gods are playing as a 3-man and getting caught getting caught out in transition when you are playing a split is just always going to be very, very difficult to manage. Sato had a very, very good angle on the guys from Brutal Cycles. He had the opportunity to cause them problems from this distance, because that's the whole point. That is the whole point of a split, right? To have an angle against the opposition when they are, getting caught on transitions, when they are trying to push on your team. You have an extra man in a position that can cause them problems. I'm so surprised Sato did not close the gap. He had the opportunity to even close the gap while they were trying to deal with Rocky after the first, couple of knocks that he did manage to get on. But again, it's something like you said, confidence. He was just not confident enough to reduce the distance and, make the play across.
True, and that's the same thing that happened to the Call Me, but that was a blunder by the CG3 Sato, and he'll be having a very not a good conversation with the teammates, but he's surviving. So he has to try his best to get those placements, and ultimately, at least, if he can get a chicken dinner, that would be an additional, but it will be very, very hard. Chances are very, very minimal. And the Apex fighting against the Delhi Esports. We didn't see much of the Delhi's in the previous game. IGL on the other end, they are taking down the Call Me and receiving a Call of Nature. Are getting knocked and eliminated as the Delhi's are trying to clinch at the safe zone at the moment. So we've had a lot of teams. Most of these teams are trying to get to the safe zone right now. Is it a bit too late for them? Because I think most of them right now, they are in the same place. Look at the alphabets. There's those, not the Dedos, alphabets, IGLs. We have the Delhi Esports. All of them trying the same thing, same strategy, and I think this is going to come bite them in the back.
You're absolutely right. There's so many different ways this could work. But it's really a matter of who wants it more, right? It's really a matter of who wants it more, who is willing to sacrifice a little bit more to just get the upper hand on the opposition. Death Dose they have been able to secure their first elimination, and this is one of those teams that loves to start very, very quickly. Horn Legends, on the other hand, not exactly what I was expecting, but Hakuna Matata, I believe someone in there has picked up a P90 and they are swinging it from side to side. And now Horn Legends on the receiving end. Dynamo hops straight into his buggy and gets out of there. That is a smart guy, but you can't outrun the dose of death.
That was very, very smart from Dynamo, but you know what? As Pri said, you can never outrun the dose of death, and the death dose, they still are making these lobby hell for all the other teams. They're trying to get a second for the day. They're trying to cook up that net 4 PFs versus the Delhi Esports. Dex very, very low. Manu and Ahawi is trying to pick them up daily. A 2v1. Manu, oh my word, that was a good net, but unfortunately didn't get the connection. I didn't get the knock. But Howie still setting the pace for this Delhi Esports team. They know that they are playing a very, very capable player. Howie has to be careful as JD tries to approach him from that northern part towards Pochinki.
Pachinki being very much central, in all of these rotations. Again, we're getting teams getting forced out of their positions, and there's a chance that a lot of them will be caught out on transition. We see them, it's a little bit tricky. But now that we have, the water town being the best place to be right now, just outside of school towards the eastern side, there's chaos ensuing there. Manu still launching the grenade. They really need to take this position away there. Deadly looking very confident, but Manu's still trying to make sure that the job here is done and they claim this position. But again, it's so taxing, right? Because Alpha Base is in the vicinity. They have a sightline on this position. They need to deal with 4 PF and they need to deal with them very, very quickly, PTK.
Yeah, for the Alpha Base, they need to deal with these teams, and I saw the IGLs are also in that vicinity. They've been passing around, and if the Alpha Base cannot get to that play zone, cannot shake off these teams, cannot get that party, that will be hard for them to even survive. But they just crossing their fingers to see the Delhi Esports clashing with the 4 PFs and ultimately getting that winner. On the other end, meanwhile, we have the BPX. They still have some doors in them. They're still getting those eliminations. Dean taken down, and he didn't see that coming. But the BPX are duo. They held this position because I think they didn't have the numbers, but they're still dominating. Do you think that BPX, they have a chance of even getting a chicken?
I mean, the odds are very slim playing as a duo, but I think they're not done, farming eliminations just yet. I do see Extra trying to make their way to get a reset and a pickup of one of their teammates, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a possibility there, seeing as there's a lot of ground to cover to get to Dean's position. And Nexus might be spotted, and he is trying to make his way through, immediately getting purged by King Vaughn. And Brutal Cycles add yet another one to the mix there. Can't seem to find a way through. It is so chaotic inside of the boatyard, and that might be the turnout, and Vexor Esports will bite the dust. End of the road for them, courtesy of the dose of death yet again.
Oh my word, these guys, they want it all. They want the win. On the other end, BPX, they are still getting those eliminations already with 3 eliminations. BPX Von being one of their key players. If they can secure Jamal, they can secure the lobby. But this is the terrific duo. And trying their best to get that dust, of which they will be getting. Meanwhile, 4PF's Ghana How is still in these hold up. Ghana knocked, but the app. Oh my word! This was the thing that we were talking about. Alpha Base, they have to choose their timing, and they chose their timing right. They got the 4PF Ghana, and with only Howie to go, I think the Alpha Base, they need to do this strike right now.
And this would be a perfect time to strike. They did find an opening there. We got not getting knocked away there. Howie caught in no man's land in a 2 versus 1 against Deadly, and Abgon is already pressing forward again. That grenade, there's no way. There is no way he makes that shot all the way from there. I mean, I'm confident in my grenade skills, but come on, guys, there's no way you're launching the grenade that far. But I gotta respect it nonetheless. Thompson in hand there. Dex is kind of spray through. I'm surprised he doesn't just launch something into that little bit of a corner there. Howie is not making a single move, and I'm surprised he hasn't moved an inch just yet. AKM in hand. Anyone who peeks behind that corner is going to get 7.62 millimeters of lead parched in their head, into their head again, towards the Molotov. Exactly what I was expecting. Molotov getting through, getting the job done, and JD sends Howie back into the lobby. 4 pockets full.
And full out of the lobby. And the pockets, they are full of, and I say doses, lead, shots, disappointment. But the 4PFs, they are out. And the Alpha Base, they're trying to pick these third party. Although the Delhi Esports, they've not been letting them have it easy. Venom picking up a goosebump. Oh my word, a water strike from the dead. Those, man, these men, they are proving to be trouble to everyone. Dark Esports also at a very good point. They're trying to get the Alpha Base from this point. Alpha Base, they have to be careful. Otherwise, these will not be a base that they will be proud of. Dark Esports, we've not seen much of them. Delhi Manu, Dex is down on his knees. Trying to get that dust. They have to make the push. They have to choose their timing. And these might be one of the last stages of the game. And the dead those. If they can get a second chicken dinner, these will be wild, Priest.
It will be absolutely wild. I mean, Alpha Base, though, that angle that they found themselves in is going to be a little bit counterproductive. They are playing in a 2-1 split. Things are going to be a little bit much more difficult for them to make an advance. Deadly already in the air there. Manu has been spotted. The bullets will fly through from Espresso to make quick work of him, but unfortunately nothing connects just yet. Hakuna Matata taking it upon themselves to cause a little bit more chaos. Dex goes down to the blue zone courtesy of a little bit of help from Alpha Base. Hakuna Matata having all of their players up. This could lead to something special because I believe they're the only team in the lobby right now with 4 players alive. So everything that they do from this moment forward has to be utilizing that factor that they have the extra man advantage there at this stage.
Exactly that. It's a numbers game. They have the numbers. Now they have to get that chicken. Utilize the numbers and you get to win game. But no one's letting them. We have the goat Naruto still waiting in the grass, just waiting for his moment to strike, trying to smoke up. Hakuna Matata have to be careful. They have something to worry about, which is the goat Naruto. And Naruto strikes, almost gets the knock, inflicts the damage, and these will be the opening for the Alpha Base to get Hakuna Matata. They're trying to make the escape, and he gets the knock. Naruto, the nades are flying, barrage of nades. They're trying to set a base in the Hakuna Matata. See, but Espresso giving the goat something to drink about. Venom has to be careful. They're making a push. That AUG is quite very, very efficient, but when it comes to that shotgun, the shotguns always wins you the fight. And gone. They want the push. They want the Hakuna Matata team. Espresso finding out that the Apex team, the Alpha Base, they drink coffee instead. but is still on this game. They lost one. Hakuna Matata. They should not lose another player, or these will be a bye-bye for them. And they get the knock, and also knocked instead a 1v1 situation for them. If they can win this, these will be one of the biggest clutches for the Alphabets. But with that Molly, that might be a bye-bye for them.
What?
A GG is loading.
My goodness.
Oh my word.
My goodness. A 4 versus 3. Alpha base still getting the job done. Now, my problem with this play from Hakuna Matata is confidence, right? They had a teammate knocked away, and they didn't go for the pickup. They didn't pick the teammate up. You have the numbers. You have 4 players. You know, you lose one, but then you trade off. You also eliminate one of the guys from Alpha Base. You'd reduce the numbers. So you still have the numbers advantage. So why do you not always prioritize the numbers advantage? There is no third party going on. So why do you allow your teammate to stay knocked away for the longest time, and then you allow another player go for a 1 versus 2, take damage, and then get eliminated? That is just poor from Hakuna Matata. I expected so much better. You know, I would have made way too many different calls in that scenario, and that's exactly what we're talking about here, PTK. Confidence. It's just confidence.
Yeah, true. As you saw, the Alpha Base player, he was just lighting the ground. He made for this first strike. He didn't get the knock. I think they would have given us an answer. You know, already the player is there. Try to get that player before he gets you. But they didn't do that. They just backpedaled, and they suffered 2 casualties instead. They never went for the push. And I think the IGL calls, they will be having something to think about. And for the last remaining 10 players, 5 teams in total, we still have the BPX, we have the Dead Those, we have the Alpha Base, the IGLs. These are the men that are surviving. But who was that chicken dinner? 1 man for the IGL, 2 for the Alpha Base, 2 for the BPX, 3 for the Dark Esports, and 2 for the Dead Those. So the numbers going towards the Dark Esports. But do the Dark Esports have that will? Do they have that hunger to get that chicken dinner come their way?
Well, that is the valid question. How hungry are they, though? You know, Alpha Base looking still very, very solid. I still see them performing exceptionally in this final third of this game, just based off of the position alone. The only difference here is Death Dose. I believe Death Dose just have a significantly better angle to work this out with, seeing as they are sitting in the southwestern side. We do have a team that's sitting a little bit more central. You know, that is the guys from Dark Esports. They do have the numbers. They do have the central position, but they do not have oversight. You know, they are sitting in the building. You can see Sprawler, Devil, and Shadow just parked up. You know, they're parked up in a little corner there, and they're trying to gather as much intel as possible. Now, this is where the bait and switch comes into play. Shadow's going to be caught out there in the open there. Grenade already getting charged out from Venom, and it's going to be a little bit chaotic. Grenade pumped right through the corner. Almost the chaos forcing him inside, and that is the opportunity. Gon now uses that chance to pull up to the scene. Shadow immediately getting dropped with the M416. Chaos is a ladder, and Alpha Base are climbing, but Venom is going to be disposed. He gets knocked away on the outside lines there. Sprower is making a quick work on it, but take a look at that. Gon goes back to pick him up. That is what separates teams of this caliber. They continue to apply the pressure, they continue to apply the press, but they make sure that they keep their numbers even. They keep their numbers dropped through. You can see now Venom getting dropped away again, but the game isn't over just yet. Gon plays in behind. Another grenade, but now they're in a sandwich. IGO just pulled up to the scene. Kiddo's causing chaos as well. They're trying to make sure that APG do not make a way inside of this space, and Venom is trying his absolute best to feed the intel to his teammates, but it's not looking like much can be done here because IGL is pressing a little bit forward. But take a look at that. He's still picking up his teammate, PTK.
That is what we call teamwork. That is what we would have seen in the CG3 team. Unfortunately, didn't see that coming. IGL, Kiddo, the only person remaining from his squad. I don't know if he will be able to clutch this. I don't know if he will be able to get to that very, very good spot and ultimately maybe get that chicken dinner. But the Dead Those, they have been watching from that southern part. They want these guys gone. They want them to eliminate each other so that they will get these guys while they are very, very fresh from a fight, because they'll have a lot, they'll have minimal loot, a lot of damage in their vest, helmets, and that is what you want when making that push on a team. Let them have no utilities and you can be able to win the game. Dark Tempers, they almost lost the game. But the IGL Kido, that was the man that helped the Dark Tempers not get eliminated by the Alpha Base. But the Alpha Base quite confident in their game. And I think the probability of the Alpha Base team winning that game are slightly increasing as time goes by.
We're about to see if that is going to be the context for this last drop. And take a look at that Venom immediately. The moment he burns inside, he takes the first hit, and that is a job well done. Again, I told you, Alpha Base's position, that is what gives them the edge over the rest of these other teams. Somehow Dark Esports they have capitulated and they have given away this building that they had 3 players in. At some point, they had 3 players inside of this building, and now they have been eliminated. You know, Alpha Base taking the base away from them and turning it into their own. Now, on the other hand, IGL trying to set up quite nicely here with a solo man, just trying their absolute best to see how many points they can scrounge up. But take a look at that. Kiddo's actually pressing forward. He wants the alternative, and now that is what you love to see, a playmaker. And he makes a play, sends Venom back into the lobby with the quickness. S12K, undeniable. And another opportunity here for Brutal Psychos to snatch this one away. 2 teams from the previous game are inside of the top 4 yet again, PTK.
And AP gone, still not gone, still breathes a sign of relief. IGL Kido, this guy has been a nuisance for the Alpha Base. He's taken down Venom, and Agon has to be careful. Does Glixie, a very perfect nade from Viper, does take down Glixie, and Glixie eliminated by the AP gun. That is quite a steal by the AP gun, which was quite insane and quite nice. You know, at least he has the visuals to check where those eliminations are coming from. William will be the final player from the those who will be surviving, but AP Gon, he has to fight off the IGL Kido if he is to win that chicken and ultimately get to the safe spot in the safe zone. But IGL Kido are still waiting for the AP Gon. Gon has to be careful. I want one. Oh my word! What is with the BPX? Alpha Base, they stole the elimination. Then the BPX Viper, he took the guy that stole that elimination. Crazy stuff, Priest.
Absolutely insane. And Kido somehow has turned his luck double. 2 eliminations have turned to 4, and a chicken dinner could be in sight here. He's trying to peek out into that corner, and the grenade is going to be launched, and it might land straight on his head there. That one might hurt him a little bit there, forces the engagement. It's a 2 versus 1, and he pops inside, trying to get an angle here. IGL, is he going to be the ultimate IGL to get a chicken dinner onto the final third? It could be very, very mesmerizing here, but Viper's already making a play for it. Another grenade launched just perfectly right on his face. And King Vaughn will make sure the job is done. And the Brutal Psychos once again showing their abilities, and they will get themselves that chicken dinner, PTK.
Brutal Psychos are playing chess while all the other teams are playing checkers. Look at how they played the game. Look at how insane they made that chicken dinner come their way. They were bruised, they were bewildered, but the clutch goes. But these guys, just a duo, and they do take a chicken dinner home. But what if it was a full squad? How many eliminations we would be counting? Vaughn with more than 3 eliminations. That was quite a crazy game. 7 eliminations for the Brutal Psychos. And you have to keep this in fact, like, they played as a duo for most of the game. More than half the game, they played as a duo with 7 total eliminations, and most of them coming from that Vaughn guy. Viper did get quite some knocks, although one from the Dead Doors was stolen by the Alpha Base, but they managed to dominate and ultimately get the chicken dinner home. The BPX, that is one force to reckon with. They actually won the chicken. They wanted him more than the Dead Doors. Dead Doors didn't. They stole that chicken from the BPX in the first game, but the second game, the BPX, they are able to secure that win. And a crazy start as we look at how these guys fared in that match number 2, Priest?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the performance from Brutal Cycles, it shows to tell. You know, in the last game, second place; in this game, chicken dinner. It shows again the skill. It shows so much. But a lot of eliminations, not a lot of heals though in this game. Couple of and a lot of revives. You know, we saw.
Yeah.
The damage still under 10k. Longest elimination we saw just under 200 meters. It's something. You know, a lot of teams here tried something really, really special. They turned it around, and that is something we love to see. Big game players, big game conversations that we're about to have, seeing at this stage. But you know, the top and again, that gives you an interesting turn of events here to see that Venom, you know, from Alpha Base had the most elimination, had the most damage, had the most grenade eliminations as well, and also had I believe the longest elimination as well, just under 200 meters. And Legal from Comey was busy traveling around the whole map. He was trying to cover all of the spaces in Eric. Hopefully he found what he was looking for.
10 kilometers, man. That guy is a mover. I bet when you look at his phone, this guy completes more than 20 kilometers a day. That was just a game. That was just one game. 10 kilometers. This guy is insane. Call me Legal? No. Call me Walker. A very, very good and fantastic game. And the player of the match, none other than the man himself, taking all the glory. The AP Venom. 6 eliminations, quite some good damage, 6 knockouts. And the game number 2, it was quite intense. Although I believe the Alpha Base, if they played their cards right, they would have gotten a chicken dinner. If it was not for the IGL kiddo. But you know what? Game is game. And everyone is looking to get what you want to get, which is that chicken dinner, and ultimately get that top spot. And for that game, these are the match rankings. None other than the Brutal Cycles taking that number 1 spot with 17 elimination, with 7 eliminations, and taking those 10 placement points, totaling to 17. And the Dead Doors not falling in quite far with 14 total points. That was a good game, even though they didn't take the chicken dinner. You know, 14 is something that they can work on, because the first game 26 points, second game 14. The Alpha Base, I believe they wanted it more. 10 eliminations, 4 for the placement. Okay, they played nice, but the points were not coming their way. The IGL Kido taking that number 4 for the IGL. Hakuna Matata. Now they have something to worry about. 5 points in that game. They had a full score. They got rushed by the Alpha Base and they got eliminated quite fast, which is something that they are going to be thinking about. A Delhi Clan, Dark Esports, they had the numbers while coming to the final zone. I believe this was one of the teams with the most numbers. They had 3 players. I think that was it. Yeah, they had 3 players while they were facing the Alpha Base. And the Alpha Base, they managed to get 1. They got 2 knocks, although they didn't make the push because of the IGL. But the Dark Esports seen some dark times extra. They need some extra pressure because 3 points will not do it. But you know, we're just in the second game, Chris. So we have 4 more games to go. And the tables may turn. As we talked about the remontadas, they do happen. But is it going to be too late for these teams? That is the question at the moment.
And that is really where it's at. I mean, who wants it more? Who wants it bad enough, right? These are the questions you gotta ask. But after the performance that we just saw from Brutal Cycles, you know, Deto's Alpha Base, even the IGL, I mean, for me, IGL being a solo player, finding a way to get his team all the way out into the final third, into the last 2, and securing 10 points, you got to respect that. You absolutely have to respect that. 40 points on the board for Death Dose. Interestingly enough, after all of the performances we've seen so far, Death Dose is still very much in the lead here, but just with 4 points ahead. 2 chicken dinners from 2 of the top teams we've been able to see so far. Alpha Base still in the contention here, still in the conversation, but Death Dose is starting to leave them behind as well. IGL, that performance puts them into the top 4. Remember, top 8 is the goal. Hakuna Matata have found themselves inside that conversation, currently sitting in 8th place, just a breath below the guys from Clutch Gods. 4PF Esports also in the mix there in 6th place, and Deadly is in 5th place with just 12 points.
Yo, that table is insane, but the Dead, though, they have to be quite careful. So the way the brutal cycles are coming for these, they are not ones for a conversation. They mean business. They want those fights, and they are ready. Elite can be Arcana Guild, Relentless, Extra, Dark Esports, Vexa Esports, Horn Legends, with a less than 6 points, which will be something for them to worry about. Being in the second game and less than 6 points, you know, Horn Legends with 5, 4, 3, 3, 3. This is something to think about when it comes to the game number 3, which will be quite crazy because it will be a wrangle. And a wrangle, one of the best maps for you to clinch those points, and one of the worst maps for you to get clutched into. CG3s, they almost got the brutal cycles, but how the brutal cycles were able to come back, that was something to look out for. And in the game number 3, we are hoping to see insane new things happening. And don't chin the dial, guys. You know what? Game number 3 coming in just a few seconds.
Play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You will lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
The one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out, we're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
I am the one. I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one.
I go by the name Mitch Gaming in the PUBG mobile community. I have been gaming for the past 7 years, something I do during my leisure, and now it has become a career. When I started playing PUBG Mobile, I actually did not have friends at first. Then one day I actually encountered a Kenyan team. And through that, I got to create a community from the game PUBG Mobile. I got to learn cultures. I got to understand how people live outside of Kenya. And I think that connected with me. They recently included Africa in the ecosystem, and they added the Masai Shuka, something that resonated with me. I've not seen that in any other game so far. Basically, it's more inclusive than all the other games I've tried. It's a space for anyone to be there. For the women that actually feel unsure about being part of esports, all I can tell you is you can never be too sure. So just get up, start whatever you want to be. For PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary, I'd actually like to say thank you, because PUBG Mobile right now is no longer a game. It's a home for players, even for a new individual joining us now. It may seem like PUBG Mobile is a game to you, but with time you realize it's a family. And through that, we've made friends. People are changing lives because of PUBG Mobile. And honestly, all I can say is thank you for even existing. If it were not for you, some of us will not be here today. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
PUBG Mobile National Championship, Kenya. We had the first game, second game. Now we are going straight into the guard.
You know, I still think it has more to do with growing into the game. You know, I still think it's more about growing into the game. Most of these teams are taking their time. They're picking up just a little bit. They're taking just a little bit more time to pick up into the game. But I'm impressed with, the likes of IGL. You know, a solo player still keeping his nerve, finding a way to finish into the top 2, get a couple points for IGL as well to keep them into the top 8 race. Remember, it is all about getting to the top 8. It's not about finishing in first place. It is just about getting one leg in that final.
Yeah, but those games were insane, where the Brutal Cycles were able finally to get a chicken dinner. Dead those outnumbered. You had the Alpha Base. They are also outnumbered, but although they got the most eliminations when it comes to single player elims, hopefully in this third game we are going to see a chicken dinner coming from the Alpha Base. So that is something that they've been really chasing for, but that is not going to be easy. Brutal Cycles are there, Dark Esports are there, you have the Tedos, CG3. Everyone is looking to clean that chicken dinner. And I know Prius is not about the top spot, but finishing at the top spot, it gives you that morale and courage to even go stronger when it comes to that final.
You're absolutely right. And the morale boost, the courage it gives you, everything it does at this stage is always going to be very, very important. But for me, I think this stage allows you to get a little bit of a feel of, the opponents, your opposition, what it takes for you to win games, what it takes for you to advance, how consistent you need to be in order to add something to what you already have. So that is why it's really, really important, at this stage. But again, you got to respect the teams that have made it to this stage. Hopefully we'll see them, in the finals, and then we'll see them go even a level above, because I still think some teams here are still yet to show their real, prowess, their real 100% capabilities. I think some of these teams are still playing a little bit slow just to get a feel of what, the game is like at this stage.
Yeah, but playing it slow might slow the points the way they're coming to you guys. Like play the first game very safely, second game very safely, third game very safely. Towards the fourth game, you don't have any gas left. The gas has been taken by the teams that are already energized, the teams that will have dominated all these other maps. Those are the teams that will be looking to dominate in those maps, because you can't come back when it comes to that final game. On the game number 3, we'll go to Erangel, the map for the original. This is the only map that comes pre-downloaded in the game, and we are cutting across Erangel directly horizontal like a slice of a katana. Which one of these teams will be sharp enough in this game to take the tournament home? The CG3s moving towards the Gatka area, Vector Esports as towards the Georgia Pool Hospital area. We don't have teams going to Pochinki. The teams have been really avoiding those hot drops. And Hakuna Matata might be the only one going to that area, and BPX are selecting the Sosnovka military base, which is one of the best spots in the game when it comes to loot, when it comes to positioning. That is a very, very key spot. And if the zone moves towards the southern part of the map, they'll have the biggest advantage. And look at that, Chris.
The zone showing itself early in the game. I mean, Brutal Psychos heavily blessed with this particular position they found themselves in. They are in the military base uncontested as well. So they have all the time in the world to gather utilities, gather intel, and they don't have to worry about the zone, at least for the first two zones. I don't think they have to be really worried. They have some opposition in that central position where the guys from Whole Legends are. But right now, the team I would say are in the best position in this, circle is going to be the guys from Komi. They're looking very, very confident inside of Primos, uncontested as well. There's a bunch of teams over to that northern side, but looks like Death Dose could be in a little bit of trouble here. Glitch goes down, getting knocked away on transition. Deadly, doing something nasty, something very, very deadly here. And Death Dose, can they commit? It looks like they might want to here on the other side. And Death Dose could be in a little bit of a bother here. They're getting boxed in too early, way too early. Voke actually goes for the drop. Glixie will be sent back into the lobby. Glitch is in the water, taken now, all by his lonesome. He's got a UMP. This is too dangerous, too early, too expensive, and he will pay the price. Gets taken with the 5.56 straight to the dome. He goes back into the lobby as well. William going to be the last one left for Death Dose. And take a look at that. Death Dose, the number one team on the leaderboard, immediately hits with something very, very nasty, and it's going to be the guys from Deadly Esports that are going to be the thorn in the side of Death Dose.
But William receiving a dose of death himself, the only player to survive in the death dose. I don't see him leaving this area safely with no vest, only just that hat. And the Daily Esports, they just went back for the loot. They all are ready for the man. He does not have any mode of transport, and these will be a GG's for the dead those very, very early in the game. Although they are leading, JD is trying to create the choke point. He's trying to get this William guy. William, will you be able to dominate? Will you be able to survive the wrath of the daily JD as he moves towards that flank, towards the house, and trying to take the dead those William down? JD is still going for that rotation, but is it too much of a rotation? I think the best option would have gone to that sniper tower, and Dex is already in. Deli, Manu, they all want the doors. William with no space to run off, and William goes back to the lobby as he exits with the doors of death haunting the dead doors from Kenya.
Well, Death Dose got what was coming to them, but again, Intel getting mismatched, getting caught on rotation, getting caught early in transition when they were trying to make their advance again. Now this opens the floodgates for the likes of Alpha Base and Brutal Psychos, Deadly. Those points give Deadly a huge boost into that top 4 conversation, even a possibility of a top 3. Now that those can't extend their lead any further, this gives them, time to reconsider their rotations into the future, because we still have one more Erangel after this, so that's going to give them a little bit of a thought as to how they want to progress going forward. But good, do you think this is going to affect Death Dose in any way though? Losing, being the first team to lose out and go back into the lobby in the third game of the night, do you think that's going to affect them mentally?
I don't think it's going to affect them. I know they're definitely going to have a conversation about this, but I don't think it's going to affect them. With 40 points, they are as much as safe, because we have teams top 9, like the team number 9. I think it has close to 8 points, which would be quite crazy, unless these teams that are at the bottom try their best to get that top spot, maybe get a lot of eliminations, get the placements, and try to reach towards the number 1. That's the only point where the dead those will be having some issues. But at the moment, I think it's quite safe for them, even if they've been eliminated quite early in this game. But the Alpha Base, I'm not even sure if they will be taking a chicken dinner with only 3 players. This will be quite hard.
Looks like it will be very hard. I think we can see the guys from Verxa trying to deal with Alpha Base, grenades getting bounced off the walls and into the corners. Venom and Naruto working hand in hand to make sure that they see this through. MJ and Nako with the ideas and the oppositions trying to make quick work of this. Feroz trying to catch a little bit of an angle there. Naruto's grenade is good, and he does catch him dead eye. And Yakari is going to be a huge victim of circumstance there as he does get eliminated again. Very chaotic in that draw, but that is a job well done. And that is a beautiful, beautiful sequence that we've seen immediately from Alpha Base.
Alpha Base is not team to mess around with. This guy, with even one player, they are lethal. Ask Hakuna Matata and they will tell you why you should worry about the Alpha Base team. But Vexa still holding. Yakari was eliminated. And look at the rotation from the AP Mike, trying to pick the Vexa Esports one by one from every single angle. Nako has to be careful. MJ, 911. He needs to be careful, otherwise he will be calling that same 911 for help at this particular stage of the game. But a very, very good spot. But the zone will be his biggest enemy. Alpha Base Mike, I think he must make that rotation. Watching out for the Vexa Feroz, as Vexa is trying to rise up the ranks. BPX on the other end, as you can see, they are they're causing quite some trouble for the Dark Tempers. You know, the previous game we saw this. Right now they're still going for that push, looking at how they're taking these Dark Temper fight. These guys, I think they might go for another chicken dinner. Second chicken dinner in a row might be coming in a few.
Well, that would be impressive if they do manage to get back-to-back chicken dinners, seeing as Death Dose has already been eliminated. But there is still a long ways to go there. There's still a lot of hurdles to climb over in order for them to get something like that done on the steps. But Alpha Base, I mean, playing as 3, though, I'm not sure why they're playing as 3. Hopefully, this is just a temporary position that they found themselves in. But right now, as it stands, Naruto is trying to get an off angle on top of the rooftop. And it looks like Mike does have another angle of his own here, and he's probably feeding the intel to the rest of his teammates. I mean, this is what you want when you have a split, right? Someone feeding the intel, you know, to the rest of you, guiding your next sets of play.
But is this... Oh! This is definitely a knock. There's no way that Mike will be able to survive. You know, I wanted to say that maybe this is a bit too much for the Alpha Base. Maybe they've just held for way too long. And Naruto, they have to go get it. If they don't do that right now, AP Mike is as gone. They joined as a trio, and Mike has been eliminated. And that's the GGs. And the Alpha Base, they have to find a way through all these hurdles, through all these teams, and they have to the safe zone. And as teams are moving towards the zone, and it will be quite hard for them to maintain this. There'll be a lot of teams, and as you can see at the moment, the fight's already breaking loose. But Horn Legends, they have 5 points, and they remember this. They are very, very angry. They want those points, and they want them right now. BPX on the other end, Enox eliminated. Finisher finishing off, but look at that clean strike from the BPX player. Daisy went for the strike, but the HLs, they came with the horns, and they made the BPX suffer. You know, second chicken dinner, I think I just cast the BPX.
Wow. Absolutely incredible from Horn Legends. I mean, finisher, what a player he has turned out to be. Is super chaotic the way he has managed to circumvent the open spaces there, but what a player. I mean, the fact that they kept pushing onto his position, you know, from the same angle, I'm pretty sure we didn't do stuff like that anymore in 2026, because that was quite a surprise to watch, seeing, you know, players step out just in front of someone that had complete cover. I mean, take a look at that. He plays off through, gets the first one, then takes that position immediately after eliminating Viper, and then gets another drop, swifts behind again, and then gets another drop and goes for the flush as well. And then you have, another of the teammates also making the same move, making the same play, and he gets hurt in the process as well. I mean, that scenario, you're supposed to be using your throwables, your grenades, your molotovs or something just to force him out of that rock, and then you can take your shots in 1v1.
That is true. And the BPX, that is one mistake that they will not be wanting to watch, because I don't know how, but finisher, that guy is quite a finisher. BPX just met their worst nightmare, and a very, very bad nade from Dembe. I don't know what he's trying to catch there. Maybe he's trying to get the road or something. But that was one of the worst nades that I've seen around. Gardner trying to farm those eliminations and still trying to survive. 4PFs trying to move from the north, from the south side, as they try to get that relentless team out of the game. Ghana still surviving. They're trying to pinch him off, and they do actually manage Cheesy with a very, very good knock, and the 4PFs getting reduced to 1 by 1, which is not what the 4PFs are intending to do, because I think they want the chicken. At the moment, they are chickening out so much.
Oh, it's a lot of chaos. It's a whole lot of chaos. Phase 3 of the circle, as we see the teams trying to reposition themselves and get better angles inside of the zone. It is so exhausting there, but Relentless Esports on the horizon there, as Dembe with a sideline. Gardner has been knocked away. It doesn't look like he will be getting picked up, seeing as his teammates are miles off it, and it doesn't look like they want to commit to picking him up. A couple more sprays to give them the idea of, we see you, we know exactly where you are. If you want to come pick your teammate up, there's a chance we are going to blow your vehicle. Unfortunately for 4PF, though, they do have vehicles, so I think they can make a rotation around. But this is not the play zone you want to be, deep inside of the blue zone for. It's just not worth it. And you can see Hyunbin with a sideline just across there, causing a little bit of commotion as 4PF try to make their way into the next phase of the zone.
I'm trying to think of how the FPS have the 4PFs have played that game at that specific point. Because I think they had an option to try and pick out that relentless team and maybe try and save their teammate, but they chose to rather play it safe. You've been knocked. That's your own issue. We want the placement points. We cannot save you at the moment. I think that was the only thing that was running in their heads. And at the moment, they're catching themselves in quite some trouble versus the Vexa Esports. And the Vexa Esports, they are taking the 4 by 1. And feed freezing up the 4PFs. What a move! It was the elimination. Yes, but unfortunately, how he does get that eliminations. Vexa is the one they've revenged. They are very, very angry. And they take him down. And it's a 2v1. For the Vexa, although they already lost a player, they are trying to pick out the final 4PF player, who is Nemesis. And they go for the push, but Nemesis still striking the Vexa Esports. I don't know why they choking so hard at this point. Those 1v1s, Vexa Esports should not be losing those.
They should absolutely not be losing the 1v1s. I mean, at this phase of the game, losing your 1v1s, losing any, course of play, any engagement is going to be very, very, very critical to how the team performs going into the final third. And we're starting to see that Vexor, on the other hand, they've lost everyone except from Nako. And hopefully he might be able to find a way into the zone. It's very unlikely, though, seeing as there's no clear path for him into the zone without running into any obstacles being players and full squads on the other side, because most of the teams that we have right now are still very much 4 players up, except for the guys from extras that did come in as a 3-man and alpha base as well. But for the most part, every other person is 4 players inside of the game and very, very committed. So that should give you context as to how these teams have managed to survive so far. But PTK, you can see we've got 34 players alive, 11 players in the cut. And right now, it is only 2 teams that have 4 eliminations, Deadly, and I believe that is the whole Legends. 4 eliminations for those teams. Do you think they're doing anything differently?
I think their approach is rather different, because looking at the previous game, we had the Horn Legends. They were eliminated quite fast, but they did those. But eliminate the Apex Predator, and we have a new Predator in town. We always have someone on top. The dead those are not there, and the Horn Legends, they're the ones asking the questions. But it's just a matter of seconds to see if those questions will be answered by another team. Extra, Jamal, MJ, every one of them, they're still holding Delhi Esports, trying to scout and scour, trying to get these guys out of this place. But Jamal will get eliminated by the Delhi Voke, who is at a very, very good spot, a very, very high ground. And the Delhi Esports, I think they know they're winning the game. That's why they have that confident of a push. But with 3 teams in the same area, will they be able to maintain their confidence and ultimately take all these other teams packing?
Well, that is the valid thought process. As you can see, Relentless Esports Humbin manages to get a drop on, I believe, one of the players from... Oh, it's actually one of the guys from Relentless that get caught out immediately by Jamal. IGL standing up the fire yet again, looking very, very confident in the way they have been able to address this position. As well, the extras looking very tumultuous here. They're holding a line though, but doesn't look like it will work. Deadly Esports, on the other hand, trying to get away into the zone. Extra have them on the sidelines. J Nexus with a sideline of his own, but there's only 2 of them left, so it's not going to be enough for them to see this through. They have to make sure that they catch them by surprise. That is the only way this works. But now, taking a look at how many teams we have, we've lost 2 teams in the space of 1 minute, and this is how the pressure starts to mount, PTK.
Yeah, true. This is how the pressure keeps on mounting, because we have a lot of players in the smallest of the zones. If the pressure builds, you have to let way. And the Delhi Esports, they know they have the numbers, but unfortunately, if they mess this up, they are cooked. Delhi Dex are quite a good knock on Dean. And J Nexus, he's the only player surviving. He has to play it safe. Delhi Esports not letting chances. They want all those eliminations. They want to dominate. They want to clinch all those points. Already with 5 eliminations, and Dean on his feet, and it's quite crazy. Looking at Dean, he's praying, begging for mercy. But who is giving out the mercy? No one. The only thing that they can give him and they can assure him is the lobby. And J Nexus trying to cook up a nade, wishing and hoping that it will get a knock, and almost got a knock. I didn't think that J Nexus was a very, very big and a critical guy, But at the moment, this is one of the most dangerous people. We've seen players getting eliminated, getting dismantled by just 1 member of a team. And Nexus might get a knock, but I'm not quite sure if he has the utilities to dominate a whole Delhi team.
Well, we're about to find out how possible that can be. 25 players alive, and all of them looking to get inside of that top 8. Remember, top 8 is the goal. And right now, Hakuna Matata and Call Me are tied at the hip with 8 points apiece, but none of them is in the top 8. It is the Clutch Gods that are sitting there, and J Nexus will breathe his last breath, courtesy of Voke. And Deadly are slowly but surely climbing up the hills here. They're adding more and more points with each elimination, with each Infinity Stone collected, which each soul swallowed away one by one. They are claiming it, and they are trying to get and stay inside of the top 8 with that performance. And we're starting to see how possible that can be. But taking a look at that, you can see IGL in the northern side. side. And Alpha Base sitting quite centrally, the only team that is potentially challenging for a top 2, top 1 position. I think we did see them lose one of their players earlier on to a bad call to the play zone and to just a misconstrued position. Hopefully, they will still be able to find their footing. But Hakuna Matata is right there beside them, and the Horn Legends are deep into the south. It is anyone's game at this stage, BTK. It's all about who makes the best decision going forward.
Exactly. Now, IGLs, this is your point to shine. The IGL can make a very good call or make the call that ends his squads. And as you can see, the zone is shifting towards that central southern part, and only the Alpha Base will have the majority of the play zone. Horn Legends, they have to make the push from the south side. We have the CG3s. Every single player, they want the play zone. They want that chicken with only 22 players remaining and 7 teams in total. The clock is ticking. It is not ticking quite very slowly for the teams that are in the game. For them, it is just very fast. 1 minute feels as if it is 10 seconds. 4PF Nemesis still surviving as a lone wolf, as a sole player. But does he have the guts to make it to that top spot? And the Deadly still calling the shots. 7 eliminations already. And this man here, Deadly Kevo, that guy is like a ticking time bomb. He can explode at you at any given time. You just have to be careful. The IGLs, the fraggers are just insane in these games. But the IGL calls will be very important. But I don't know what will be the key spots if a team wants to dominate right now.
I mean, if you are trying to sit into that box of the central position. Alpha Base are looking good. I think they've got a little bit of a compound here, but this position that the guys from Call Me are in is not the most ideal because they're too close to the edge of the circle and they are still exposed from the high ground positions. I don't think they're gonna stay here any longer than they have to. Immortal's already inside of his vehicle, the UAZ trying to get out of dodge. Kiddo from IGO already with a sight line there onto the guys from Horn Legends. Again, good shots over to the other side there, forcing them back into the box, and Deadly now on the receiving end. Nemesis is going to be the one to deal some damage, but Voke is there to shut that down immediately, and that will be a job well done. Deadly continuously putting the work, but it's Voke's turn to feel the heat, and it's Jamal. He pulls out the 9. It's a Scar L, and he backs him up into a corner and sends him back into the lobby as well. Deadly is not looking too good for them as well. They have another one losing the hint here. Mateo from Horn Legends is getting very chaotic as Alpha Base are still holding the base. They're still holding a touchdown here before they start to rinse the entirety of this lobby, just using positional awareness, PTK, just positional awareness.
Just that. Alpha Base are good at that. And the Horn Legends, oh my word, Dynamo, quite a good nade from the Hakuna Matata player, and Espresso expressing himself, and he wants these Horn Legends. Aggressor has to be aggressive enough to be able to get the Espresso, and nades are getting cooked and players getting dropped. Espresso, oh my word, that is something that he will be talking about the whole of this week. Quite a good knock. Aggressor, all of them are trying to get their player, and that knock sealed, finished, and they are still making that push. HLs, this might be the best game yet. I don't think they've been able to play like these all the other games. But Call Me are still surviving. These being the longest that they have been surviving. I don't think they've made it to the top 6 in any game. I think this might be the first one.
You're absolutely right. There's a chance this might be the first game. And I think this is one of those teams that's growing into the game. Same thing I would say for IGL. They're growing into the game, taking it one game at a time. And now it's Horn Legends on the receiving end. Their finisher just managed to escape the danger, just by the skin of his teeth there. And another grenade, getting Dynamo forced all the way to the backside there. He's not in the zone. He has to make a rotation over to the right-hand side, but he might be exposed to the opposition on that side as well. It is very chaotic. Alpha Base still sitting quite nicely in that open space there, trying to force the initiative there, but Dynamo and finisher, and Mateo doing a Lord's work. Mateo's grenade is on the money, and Sacred is now in some serious bulk of trouble. They need to deal with Hakuna Matata next to the other side. Grenade's now trying to barge into the corner there, a little bit of an angle, but he can circle it back. If he can launch it through, he might be able to get the job done, but they have to make sure this is done into the corner there, and next gets the angle on him, gets him dropped away, and Hakuna Matata capitalizing on this, but here he goes, picking up his teammate, putting him on his back, and to deliver that opportunity to get him into the final third.
An instinctive reaction for him to take and revive his teammate. I knew he knew that Dynamo will try to make the push. That's why he held that position. You know, you can get the res, but times you have to choose for the better option. Because if he went for the res, they would have been pushed, and all of them would have been dead. He went for that, can I say, ball crusher option, where he survived. He tried to fight off that 1v3 versus the Horn Legends and AP Venom. They still hold their ground. They still survive. Call me Mafia. He got called back to the lobby. Venom still trying to strike like a snake in the dark. He's trying to instill the venom, but with no one on the receiving end. The questions, they have been asked, but no one with any reply for the Alphabets.
No replies just yet. But here comes Call Me. They're getting a little bit bolder, and we did talk about them being one of those teams that's growing to the game, and now they are getting a little bolder. As you can see, IGL with a sideline of their own, they're trying to make sure that this gets done. Tom goes down immediately as well. Dynamo still from Horn Legends, still causing commotion, still causing chaos up onto that hillside on the right-hand side. Finisher trying to go through and see that this is done, but Call Me got a little bit too overconfident there. Kiddo immediately pulls Slayer out of the vehicle, gives them a little bit of breathing room as Jamal still knocked away. Hopefully they will be able to pick him up. There's smokes in the corner, and that will give them a little bit of a chance to relieve the pressure for just a little bit. Legal now pulling up into the scene. He's at the summit of the hilltop there. If he can apply a little bit more pressure, he might be able to see this through, but they have to think twice about their position. There's only two of them left. Jamal is going to get picked up, and what a time to get picked up. This will provide IGL an opportunity to get an extra man into the final third. Alongside them is going to be the guys from Alpha Base and Call Me, also looking for a way to deal with this high ground position on top of this mountain space. But it's so difficult. It is so chaotic. Legal and Immortal working hand in hand. Grenades getting traded off there. IGL 33k with a sightline of his own. He launches one all the way towards the downside of the summit there, and he does connect to Legal, but Jamal is going to go down for the second time. And IGL are not liking exactly this position that they're in right now. They're taking way too much damage. They're taking way too many hits, and Kiddo is going to be forced out. Beautiful spray from Legal, and now the opening that they've been looking for. There's two players from IGL currently knocked away, and the press comes through immediately from Immortal, and he knows that he's Immortal right now. He makes the press a little bit closer. S12K into the other side, but he's going to be dropped away by Legal. And again, the Molotov, he walked into it and he's hurt in the process, and that will cost him getting a little bit over the dome, and that will be Immortal unfortunately turning mortal as he goes back into the lobby.
Oh my word, Call Me, called back. And that was painful to watch. They had that advantage, but unfortunately the res was already there. A bit too confident, making that push was a GG for them. And Alpha Base, they have their chance of getting the chicken dinner. Fighting against that IGL team, and only one player on the end. The zone is shifting. You have to make it to the safe zone. Venom still very, very safe fighting against Jamal, but the nades are flying. This is a one-man army. They get the goat, but Venom in the spot. Jamal has to be careful, and that is a clean strike with only one player remaining. A classic 1v1 Russian roulette. You have to be careful. Venom taking up a nade. IGL, you have to be careful. That is 3K 1v1, but the Apex Predators, Alpha Base, taken out of the game, and we have a new chicken dinner winner. They wanted this so much. They didn't get it. IGL Kiddo in the second game was not fortunate enough to get that chicken. But the IGL team very well composed, and they do bring that chicken dinner home, courtesy of the 33K, who just wants all those to himself. GG's.
A well-finished game and a well-finished job. I mean, Alpha Base, that position they had in the zone, they milked it all. They had every single base covered, but it was just the final third. The play zone shifted away from them, going up the hillside, and IGL made the right choice. Again, back-to-back performances here for IGL, and I talked about them in the previous game, seeing how they finished very, very strongly in that last game. They finished in second place, and now they finished with a chicken dinner with 9 eliminations, almost 1,300 in damage points, 6 knocks to follow through, 1,600 in heals, and 30 minutes on the clock. What a performance from IGL. They stand 10 toes down and turn up the pressure up into that top 8 position. What a performance from them. And PTK, you can see that it's all about teamwork. You see that they kept picking Jamal up. He kept going down. They kept picking him up. They had to make sure that they had at least the numbers advantage going into the final third.
Yeah, that is true. You know, Jamal was knocked a couple of times, but with 3 eliminations, even though he was knocked, this man has packed those punches with the IGL 33K with the 4 eliminations and driving his squad into that winner chicken dinner. And Kido, this guy survived in the first wrangle for so long. Although he did not get that chicken, he was get a couple of players from the Alpha Base, from the dark Esports, and seeing them have that chicken dinner, that is a sign of relief for the IGLs. And 48 eliminations registered in this game, almost 8,000 heals. I think we had a lot of mayheads in this game than the previous game. 44 total knocks with quite a couple of revives, 14, and players dealing quite some headshots, and the damage was just so huge. 10,000 damage. That's quite crazy. You know, I think the whole game was medkits, because that damage is insane. And 152 draws used, which is quite a number. And for the top plays of the game number 3, where we had the HL finisher getting the 5 eliminations, finisher same with the most damage. I think when it comes to the elimination, most of the time the player that has the most eliminations, most of the times he has that highest damage. Venom once again in the charts for the grenade eliminations. Jamal for the longest elimination, 247 meters. That is as far as it comes, but we did have a lot of long range fights. And for this game, IGL Kido with 15 kilometers. You know, Priest, we were talking about I don't remember the exact name, but we had a player that went for 10 kilometers. Now we have the IGL Kido 15 kilometers traveled, which is gigantic.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to find something inside of Erangel that they haven't seen before, I'm guessing. But the MVP for this game is finisher from Horn Legends. I mean, we saw that 1v3 that he pulled off against, again, I think it was against the Brutal Psychos, and he called them out into the open, and he just sliced them apart. And what a performance he had. That sequence that he had towards that in that particular exchange shows exactly what kind of a solid player he is. But IGL back-to-back solid performances from them, 19 total points. Horn Legends in second place with 17, Deadly in third place with 11, Alpha Base with 10 as well, Call Me with 7, 4 Pockets Full in sixth place with 4, Hakuna Matata and Relentless sharing 3 apiece inside of the top 8 for these teams. And on the other side of things, we have Vexor with 2 points on the board, Brutal Cycles also with 2 points on the board, Clutch Gods and Arcana Guild sharing 1 apiece. And then we have the guys from Extra, Dark Esports and Death Dose, no points on the board. We saw Death Dose get eliminated relatively very early inside of this game. Unfortunate scenes for them, but hopefully they will be able to bounce back in the next game.
But I think the Death Dose will breathe a sign of relief, because if the Brutal Cycles were able to dominate in this game, they would have challenged that top spot from the Death Dose. Alpha Base, they were quite enormous when it comes to holding the spot and waiting for these teams, waiting for their weakest moments and then picking them out one by one with 4 eliminations as a duo. That was incredible. Delhi Esports, they got the 11 points. IGL Kido 19, which is insane. Honestly, I don't have a lot of words. I just want to say insane. Call me, they tried their best. They almost dominated. They got the opening knock, but unfortunately, they didn't want it more. We had the IGLs punishing them for that mistake on the push, where Immortal was picked out, taken back to the lobby as soon as he made that push. 4 PFs, not fortunate enough, and it has not been a very, very clean road for them. They have to do a lot. If they are to stay in these, they have to ensure that they have all that is needed for them to dominate. With only 3 games remaining, who will be the ultimate team? I guess the top spot, and what teams will get to the top 8? Now we have a lot of questions, Priest, and I don't know when we'll get those answers.
Well, we're going to have to find out one way or another, but nonetheless, beautiful performance, once again from IGL. You can see this one of those teams that's growing into the game, and you can tell how proactive they have become over the past couple of games. From match number 1, now we're match number 3, the confidence has started to build up a little bit more. We see all the way through. It's peeking through the curtains there. We can feel it with each and every single game that goes by. But now IGL will need to keep this momentum up, because it's not over just yet. They haven't done all they need to do just yet, but they are on the right path. Remember, the goal is top 8. Everything else is a bonus. And we've seen how proactive these teams have been over time, and now we are going to see if they will keep the energy up, and now we'll see for ourselves if that will turn things around.
And the Dead Those Kenya still maintaining that top spot, even though they were eliminated fast with 40 points. Brutal Cycles, they did have a very, very good game also, but they're able to maintain that number 2 with the Alpha Base coming in closely. That number 3 with 37. IGLs with a splendid game and catapults them to the number 4. Delhi's played good, but for the Delhi's, I think the placement points, that is where they're drawing the line. They have a lot of eliminations, 16. Some of the most eliminations, some of the, this is one of the teams with the most eliminations, but they are not able to get those placement points in check. With only 7 placement points, that is not it, because looking at the team, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, all of them, they have double G's, but for Delhi, they only have that 7. 4 PFs, they're still in the safe zone, but I don't know how safe that is, with Call Me closing in on that number 8 with the 15 points. But the Horn Legends, they had a good game where the finisher was able to get the 1v3 versus the Brutal Psychos. That means that anything can happen in this game. You just have to wait for anything. It's quite crazy. Any player can pull out anything. It's just it's a matter of teamwork, but these solos are just insane. Hakuna Matata. I think they have something to worry about with the 11 points. We have Elite Kambi taking that number 16, which is not a safe spot. The Clutch Gods, Vexa, Relentless, Dark Esports, Extra have to bring the extra pressure. Arcana Guild, they have to bring something new to the table. With only 3 maps, it's just not a matter of chances. It's a matter of skill. It's a matter of positioning. Who will make it?
Well, we're about to find out. 3 games down, ladies and gentlemen, and 3 more to go. It has been a ride, a roller coaster of emotions, as we've seen all of these teams step up to the plate. We're seeing more teams get into the groove. We're seeing more teams step up to the plate. They're feeling more confident as the game goes on. But now we have one more Erangel left, and that is where we are going to head to. But before that, we'll take a quick break, and by the time we return, get ready for more PMNC Kenya action.
And we are back. First game done, second game done, third game done. Guess what? Final Erangel right this very minute. Bro, like teams dominated, man. I was looking at that finisher 1v3 versus the BPX, and I think we have a tournament. No, I thought like most of the time we'll see BPX, Deathdos dominating so much. But if you have these players of such caliber dominating these codes, I'm just expecting anything to happen in the game number 4. Final Erangel of the evening. Who will take that chicken dinner and ultimately catapult themselves towards that top 8 position?
That is actually what we're looking forward to. And we saw finisher, from I believe that was Horn Legends step up to the plate, do something very, very special. And now, the bar has risen up just a little bit more, and it's something that I've enjoyed watching, right? The pressure is a little bit higher now. And we know that these teams know exactly what needs to be done. They are trying to get back into the top 8, and that is where you really need to be. One step closer to the final, one step closer to PMGO, one step closer to the global stage. The journey starts here, and this is where you need to be.
And if you think this is hot, there is something hotter waiting for them just after the PMNC group stage. We have the finals. Then we have the PMGO Africa, which will be the hottest of them all, the grandest stage for the African PUBG mobile players. But after that, we have the global PMGO. All these teams are looking for those opportunities, and this is their moment to show us what they really got. Are their fingers fast enough to get them to that position? Do they have the skills? Are the IGLs quite competent? Do we have like good fraggers in your teams? So this is the test that they have to pass in order to get to that global stage. It all starts at the grassroots and then towards the global stage. And Chris, you've seen how the teams are performing, but what team in particular do you think has a chance of getting the 4th game to themselves?
I think Horn Legends have been knocking on the door. They've been growing into the game. Same thing with Call Me and IGL, but IGL has secured themselves a chicken dinner, in this last game. So I think Horn Legends, their time is just lurking around the corner. If it's not this game, I feel it might be the next one after that one. So I think there's a lot of ground for them to still cover, but there is potential in there for Horn Legends. There's big potential for them, to turn this around, to get themselves finally a chicken dinner. So far, they have performed well enough. They didn't necessarily start very strongly, from the first game, but right now, I think they've grown into the game just well enough to get themselves that first chicken dinner at this stage. I think they have.
And basing on the performance on the Alphabets, I think that has been the team most unfortunate enough not to get a chicken. They've really tried. These guys, they have been pushing so much for the chicken, getting number 2s, getting number 3s, but that 0 chicken dinner. Maybe these will be their time of reckoning. Maybe this is the time where we get the Alphabets full squad dominating and ultimately winning a game. But it's just all upon them. We are going straight to the game. The final Erangel of the evening. Who wants it more? And I think the best team the teams that these Erangel map is their best. Maybe the IGLs, they've played good. The Horn Legends, they're also playing good. But not for the Deathdos. The Deathdos, this is definitely not their map. I think they prefer maps that are not Erangel. Because in Erangel, we have teams like the Delhi Esports who are playing better. But I don't know. Maybe the Deathdos will prove us wrong in this game. You just expect anything, Priest.
And you're absolutely right. Most of these teams, I'm pretty sure by now they have an idea of what it takes to win games. The consistency levels, everything. I'm pretty sure they understand now what is involved in getting through the final third. I think they know, and now they will say, okay, this is what it takes, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. Alpha Base, finally, I think Alpha Base's issue has been the numbers thing. I think a couple of times now, a couple of games they have played, as three, and it hurt them in the long run. Hopefully that doesn't hurt them this time around, but we'll keep an eye out on them and their performance. But right now, Bruno Psycho is looking very good in military base, uncontested as well. This is exactly how they started the previous game too, uncontested in military base. And unfortunately they just got overwhelmed when they ran into Horn Legends, just as they got into the zone. Now, something I wanted to ask is, do you think it affects teams when they come out on top in maybe early fights? Teams, when they fight, when they get into early engagements and manage to do something, do you think it gives them a little bit more confidence if they come out on top? Because take a look at what's going on here. For example, none of these guys have any guns.
They're just pushing. It's like we have some carnage happening, and the IGLs, they might be using that opportunity to get those knocks because they have a weapon, they have a bison. So let them make that push. They can't get easy knocks at the moment. IGLs, if they get these knocks, these will be some of their easiest knocks. A whole squad wipe might ensue right now. It's all about that chase. It's all about if they get those eliminations, on how they get the eliminations. 33k, he has the weapons. He needs to go for the push. Gets one dust. And IGL Kido with the dagger. This is a very, very funny fight. Quite hard to believe that these guys, they are still in the tournament, which is quite crazy. They get the 2 knocks. They are trying to make the escape. IGL eliminated. And they're trying their best to survive. Alpha Base. But this fight has been not the one that they have been hoping for. Alpha been gone, and Naruto, they're going for the push. They know that they have gotten Tom. The IGL finding themselves in quite a tussle, but still survive. They're fighting against the ACT team, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Alpha Base, they came for the third party.
And it looks like
that timing is just impeccable. Look at how the Alpha Base they're pushing.
I mean, it's thought-provoking though, the way Alpha Base have been playing so far, and they tend to get early eliminations. This is one of the reasons why I asked, like, do you think it affects teams when they manage to get early eliminations, manage to get a drop on teams, and if you're a team that lands with another team and you manage to wipe them, does it affect you psychologically to say, okay, any team that we run into again, chances are we're going to eliminate them, and that is how we want to progress. That is how we want to play a little bit more forward. Do you think that is the case?
Honestly speaking, most of the teams that dominate in the first games, they get like, can I say, clapped back very, very easily. They try to find a game like the first one, but they never do, because I think they build that overconfidence and it becomes very hard for them to survive. With that overconfidence, that is the death of it all. They win the first game, then the second game, they are eliminated quite fast because they think they can take out everyone. But you have to give a credit where credit is due. Maybe they pushed the other team, they didn't have utilities. That's why they won the fight. And if you come with that overconfidence, honestly speaking, it will be a nightmare for your team. But I think it does affect them.
Okay. Well, it looks like I will have to agree with you on that one as well. But Dark, on the other hand, I'm not sure how they want to maneuver this. No vehicles in sight. And they've got the guys from 4 Packets just outside lurking, and they do have some intel on them as well. They might want to commit to this one and break the silence. But right now, Nova is the only one that has an elimination for the guys from Dark, but they are playing as 3, so they are still tied on the hip here with 4PF, as 4PF is also having 3 players, so no extra advantage except for mentality bias, seeing as they have secured 1 elimination. But take a look at that. Gardner and his teammates have gotten out of dodge. Again, confidence. It's a confidence thing. PTK. Why do they give this much space away? To Dark as they move away.
I think they know what is at stake. 4PFs, they want to maintain that top 8 spot, and if they're eliminated right now, that might be the potential thing that the other team might need. Like if you give out like 4 eliminations, maybe that team needed 4 eliminations to make it to the top 8. So they don't want to give out any chances. They just have to play the game safe, find their footing. If they have enough loot, then they can take those fights. But I don't know, was that their best chance yet? Maybe if they would have taken that chance, they would have gotten maybe the whole of Dark Esports, because the Dark team, they had nowhere to run off to. So they just needed to like create a choke point and take them, put them at the center, let them not have the space, build the pressure. They don't know you don't have utilities. Just build the pressure, and then you can be able to crumble them from the inside out. But looking at the play zone, look at the shift towards the southern part where the BPX have been holding so much.
And we're going to see, right? We're going to see how proactive they can be, seeing as they are sitting inside of the military base area. I think this play zone is going to be a military base, so you can already feel it, so it's a matter of who's going to get on the bridge, who's going to get on the boats, who's going to make the right calls, who's going to make those rotations early. I mean, the bridges are very free. I'm quite surprised that the bridges are actually very free right now, but we're going to see if that will be the case going forward. Because in scenarios like this, I expect the bridge to be a very, very specific point where teams would like to camp around and pick up a lot of eliminations there. Etox with a spray over the top side, Reaper getting knocked away there. And again, this is what we talk about, PTK, breaching positions, getting into, open spaces here. Vexor Esports can't seem to get a handle on this breach coming through. We've got MJ inside of a hovercraft driving to God knows where, while his teammates are getting absolutely overwhelmed here by, brutal cycles. This is not exactly what they were expecting to be experiencing at this stage. Feroz hasn't moved the muscle. He's trying to, surprise them, but they know that he's in there. What a grenade that was. I thought that one was inch on the money, but
I thought it was a
not.
knock.
I thought that was going to be GG's. But take a look at Yakari's position. He's coming in from that top half position. If he can now, if I was him, I would send a couple of shots from the hillside immediately to draw their position, and Reaper will be getting flushed. But this is where it's about to get very interesting. I'm pretty sure they know that he's in there, and they're already pressing in, and they know he's in a box, a little bit of a corner there. Will they press forward now? A couple shots into the corner, but not this time around. Viper immediately making quick work of him. The shots came through from Yakari, but it was not enough. They're out of the position, and MJ's too far out. And Brutal Cycles are actually playing as 3.
And they're still winning fights, Sometimes it's about numbers, but sometimes it's all about the courage. Or you have to have the kahunis to make these kinds of fights. You have to have those kahunis to win these kind of fights. Yakari got Tazy, but they were not even shaken. MJ is trying to get to where Yakari is, but to no avail. The hovercraft can only go places. It cannot go above the mountains. You have to find a very, very good beach for you to move to the land side. Dark Shadow down by was it the play zone? I think he was eliminated by someone. I'm not quite sure, but he has been eliminated. And it's all in the hands of these players. Alphabase with one guy down, Goat Naruto not breathing and normally taken down to the lobby. And these might be the end of him. Alphabase are trying to make that push. They want to get Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. But I don't think that is the case so far. I think Hakuna Matata have been losing easy fights.
I would think so as well, right? Because this is another scenario where they just get torn apart. But then it is going to be Alpha Base that does the tearing apart, so you can understand where they are coming from. Hakuna Matata, unfortunately, 2 points shy of getting into the top 8. But unfortunately, again, it is going to be slipped through their fingers. Opportunity for Clutch Guards to gain a little bit of momentum. We still have teams like IGL, Alpha Base, Death Dose, and Deadly inside of the blue zone in this phase of the circle. Quite a surprise that that is where they are right now. But again, another surprise is there's nobody on the bridge. People are just crossing the bridge so freely.
Yeah, you can try to hold the bridge, but then maybe the team that is pushing is more deadly. They have more utilities. At times you don't have to risk it. Just get to the play zone, get to the safe zone, try to dominate from that end. I think most of these teams are not looking for those eliminations. Most of them are looking for the placement points. As we saw with the deadlies, it's right they'll get the eliminations, but when it comes to the placement, they are very, very poor, and that's why they are falling shy on that table. And the tables are changing. Alphabet is already fast with 42 points. Brutal Cycles in second. And those, they'll have to outperform everyone in this game. They have the numbers. It's just upon them to get at least a couple of eliminations, and maybe if they want that chicken dinner so bad, they get that chicken dinner, because it will be a very, very big game changer. But the top 8 is where a team needs to strike. And a Call Me team, they lost the fight versus the IGL very, very easily. As you saw, we had the Call Me, they were trying to make that flank, trying to watch out, but then they got eliminated from a vehicle, which is not such a good sign for them. But anyway, you see the way things are unfolding, the zone towards the southern part of the map. And as we wait to see who will win this game.
Well, eyes on the prize. Nonetheless, we have Death Dose looking to wriggle their way through into the blues, out of the blue zone and into the play zone. Again, it is going to be very anticlimactic if they can't find a way around, because Dark Esports have been eliminated and they did manage only one elimination. Brutal Cycles, on the other hand, now trying to deal with Horn Legends, and things are looking very, very inconspicuous there. But Tezzy is going to be a victim of his own hubris as he gets slaughtered immediately by Dynamo, and Horn Legends now picking up the aggression, reducing the wherewithal from this position. Again, they are trying to find a way around here. Viper immediately shutting this down. Mateo trying to get an angle there. Aggressor has been knocked away, and he might be getting flushed off as well. There's so much chaos inside of this little box position, and Viper will be going for that flush. But Dynamo has to press this position. He has to make sure that he can get his teammates picked up, but it's not looking likely. He doesn't have enough intel to capitalize on this. Horn Legends do have a chance here to capitalize on this. They have potential to get 4 players in. Grenade is launched into the corner. He takes the hit, and that one perfectly launches. Mateo gets knocked away, but fortunately, the numbers will always prevail, PTK.
But I don't know why Viper didn't take that elimination. He could have gotten that finish, or maybe he didn't know that player was there. Because that would have been one more elimination for Brutal Cycles. But, game is game. Maybe he didn't see that. We just don't know. But the Brutal Cycles, again, taken down to the lobby. And guess what? By the Horn Legends. Remember Finisher? This was the guy that won the 3, the BPX. Right now, the aggression is kind of elevating. Aggressor back to the game. They are in a full squad. Priest was saying that these guys have a potential of getting a chicken dinner. They've been knocking, and I see it. They want that chicken, and they want it real bad. And this was the fight where they were getting those Delhi Esports players. And the one knock for the Delhi William to ultimately send these Delhi Esports fucking. They don't believe what happened, but that was some insane strike. But I don't understand, what is this strategy coming from those from the dead, because they've been in the blue for so long.
I think they are trying to be proactive with reading the play zone. I think they think that they want to get into the zone. They want to be the last team to get into the zone so that they can gather more intel. But then they are overestimating the amount of teams that are actually inside of that next zone. They're actually overestimating the amount of teams that are going to be on the other side. But they do have some time because they are coming in from the northern side. The team I'm worried about right now is actually Clutch Gauze, because they are coming in from that southwestern corner. And even the guys from Relentless playing in from that western side. Again, it could be very, very chaotic here. Dynamo in trouble. One Legends having another player getting dropped off into the corner there, but here comes Finisher. Immediately tries to go for the finish, but he's not going to be lucky this time. But once again, Horn Legends, they see this through, and it's an unfortunate scenario, but it is going to be Alpha Base. Alpha Base is not the team you want pressing up on you, but it is the team that manages to come through, and now they will cut the guys from Horn Legends by the kneecaps and reduce their chances of winning that chicken dinner.
And the Alpha Base just reduced the numbers of the Horn aggressors to 1. That team is brutal. That teamwork is epic. Alpha Base, they are setting sail. Although they set sail back to the lobby, they were able to take 3 of the Horn Legends back to the lobby with them. And that was an amazing push with the S12Ks, some of the most deadliest weapons when it comes to the 1v1s. Close combat, crazy. Alpha Base still maintain that number 1 already with 46 points, 9 eliminations in that game. But I think the tables will be turning because the Dead Those, they are still alive and kicking and are still at 0 eliminations. I don't know how they didn't convert those eliminations for the dailies, but I think they should have gotten those 2 eliminations. Although, you know, things happen, and that did happen. But the Dead Those currently at number 3. IGL still in the game, already at 2 eliminations. And the HRLG, those are the Horn Legends with 6 eliminations. I think that has been the most dominant team that is surviving. If they can get a chicken dinner, that will be dreams answered, wishes answered by those magicians. But a quick shift of the play zone towards the southern part. And a lot of teams are not in the play zone. Only the Call Me team and the CG3s have that footing in that wide-angled play zone.
It's all about who gets into the right position at the right time. Call Me, on the other hand, we just saw Vector Esports get blown away there by IGL. IGL yet again putting the pressure on. And that's the team that we talked about. They're getting very, very confident with the way they have been pressing forward in each game. They're growing in confidence game after game after game. And now it is going to be more as we advance. They do have 3 players up and 4 eliminations to the cut as well. It's not the worst way to kick things off, but they will be running to the guys from Death Dose. Glitch already in the front lines there. Sideline is good for Glitch. Grenade perfectly launched, charged as well, just a couple of inches wide. Jamal is pressing forward, and he might be getting run over to the other side there. There's chaos, but this would have been an opportunity for that teammate to pop through, but Sem had him locked in, and that was part of the plan from Death Dose. I mean, this is how you play squad. This is how you hold positions. Beautiful work from Death Dose to nullify the guys from IGL, and I believe that will be GG's for Jamal.
That is reflexes. That guy is not one to joke around with Jamal S12K, but unfortunately,
yeah,
Mitch was very ready for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw that coming.
Yo, how did he not see the Dose Glitch with the shotgun? Because the Dose Glitch tried to like pump him out from that location, but then he answered, he responded very, very aggressively. But for that shotgun, that shows you that the shotguns are quite meta when it comes to these tournaments. And Call Me Shanks eliminated. Oh my word, what a spray! 4 times AUG, and someone is breathing his last. Clutch Gods, 3 eliminations already, and this game is turning to a festival for them. They just need to maintain the numbers. They just need to maintain the positioning, and this chicken dinner might come back home for the Clutch Gods finally. But you know, it's just upon them to show us that they really, really, really want it coming their way.
6 teams left, 14 players all alive here. Clutch Gods currently sitting in 10th place. Remember, eyes are going to be on that 8th place position. Right now, Relentless, they're roughly about 10 points away from getting into the top 8. It is going to be a very expensive venture. But if they do manage to see their way through, we might be able to turn things around here if they see it. But why can we work through these angles for the guys from Call Me, though? Because they have tried every single time, to finish out into the final third. But again, they turn their back to the opposition, and that is going to be GG's for them. Clutch Gods now, again, another team starting to gain confidence here. They have secured, I believe, 5 eliminations, and they're adding more and more as the game goes by. But PTK, there's still a hurdle to climb here. Horn Legends still have a player outside in the box there, hasn't found a way into the zone. Relentless as well, the same thing. And now it is a matter of who can get into the right place at the right time to see how this game goes into the final third.
Exactly that. The team that finds that right spot might have the key advantage to win the game. And looking at the teams that are remaining, 5 teams in total. Clutch Gods is the only team with a full squad with 4 players. We have the 4 PFs with 3 players, a Relentless 3 players. We have the Horn Legends 1 player, and finally we have the Dead Those Glitch, the final player remaining from his squad. It's a numbers game. It's a position game. Who will have it all? And the teams that have the most numbers, I think those are the teams that will be trying to ask those questions. They need to get the safe zone as fast as they can. And Cheesy, almost eliminated by the play zone and the Dose Glitch. They are making that push. They know that Glitch is alone, but Cheesy, I don't think this is the right moment, right call for him to be making that push. Oh my word! Glitch with a knock, double knock, and the Dose Glitch. That was fantastic. But he walked into that Molotov by the knocked player from the Relentless. Bro, that would have been epic. If he would have gotten those eliminations, finishes, that would be one of the best nades in the game.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible from Glitch there. That was forward thinking, tossing the grenade just in time before the opposition pulled up to him. But unfortunately, they did have a trick of their own and they left the Molotov just out into the open. And unfortunately for him, he got burned. The moment he stepped out of the shack, it was all planned for them. But now, Clutch Gods have a very, very interesting position. They are sitting quite nicely. A little bit of a spread towards that southeastern side could be theirs for the taking, but they do have 4 packets pulled just off north of their position. Hovercraft going up in flames there, trying to protect at the very least to keep them at bay here. Relentless Esports also playing in behind as the airdrop manages to hang from the high grounds and into the battlefield to draw the attention of the opposition all to that direction, to keep them in an open space there. But Clutch Gods, this could be their game. They have the extra man over the guys from 4 packets and Relentless. Could these numbers mean something going forward? Could they turn this around? It could be anyone's game. But again, Relentless all bundling themselves into a shack. It's not the smartest play right now. I would think they would try to occupy more space in the zone, like the guys from Clutch Gods are doing right now. You can see Clutch Gods, they are taking up a little bit more space, gathering a little bit more intel. They have their sight lines on these 2 teams simultaneously because of how much ground and how much space they're covering right now. If you can take a look at MS1, he also has a sightline position and they've taken higher ground. So this is a team that wants to win, but MS peaked out a little bit too much, and he is hurt in the process. Again, something we always have to talk about, PTK. If you are going to play in a 2-2 split or any kind of split, you also have to have cover, and you also have to be able to be close enough to your teammates that if you get knocked away, you will be able to get picked up. But right now, it is 3 players apiece for each team.
But I don't know what was going through the CG3 MS head. I don't think that was the right call to make because you don't know where the other team is. So just wait, get the info, and then communicate with your team. You're going to make the push. If I get knocked, this is what you guys will do. You can easily pick me up, but the CG3 MS in no man's land and nowhere to be seen anymore. And the CG3s, the numbers evened out at 3v3v3. They had the positioning, they had the numbers, but at the moment, the only thing that they've got is the position. If they can be able to utilize that position, they have that advantage. Relentless, one of the only teams with that is perfectly placed in the play zone, but they are all engulfed in one very small shack. So if the CG3s make that push, draw those nades, they can be able to dominate against the Relentless. And the Relentless, they make a push. Rocky in the lobby. Rocky, go!
Chaos, way too much chaos here. Jade is looking for an opening here against the clutch calls, but they've probably spotted him on the way as he's trying to make the drop into the other side there. Rocky immediately starting to drop the smoke grenades to shield the vision there, and clutch calls looking very confident now. 3 players up. It's a 3 versus 3. It is 4 packets full going up against the clutch gods. Who's going to turn this up around? And you can see Rocky with the AUG there. He did manage to do something special earlier on, taking on Relentless and sending them back into the lobby. His confidence levels are through the roof right now, and the clutch gods, this could easily be their game. 8 eliminations, potential for 11, and a chicken dinner to skyrocket their points and put them into a very, very comfortable cushion inside of the top 8 and leave them there at least for the foreseeable future. But that is unless 4 packets full have something to say about that one, because they are currently sitting, I believe, in 7th place, so they need way more than they currently have. It is only 2 points at their disposal. They have to turn this around. They have to play with a little bit more confidence. They did lose a player earlier on when they were trying to make a little bit of an exchange, and they cost them just a little bit more than they would have liked. But right now, Rocky does have a sight line over to the other side there. They're trading off though. Jade has him locked in as well. Might decide to spray a little bit more into that open corner. You can see the spread coming through from the guys from 4 packets full. You can see them, they're just keeping it together. Gardner playing in behind as well. Howie playing off the right hand side, Jade behind the tree, and they also have another player behind the tree playing with Rocky there. Hermito just escaping the bullets flying over the top side there. You can see 4 packets full. They're looking for an opening. All it takes is one opening. They had a better opportunity earlier on to break into the guys there, but Rocky immediately utilizes the angle there, and that will be Howie going down immediately to an icy M416, and he feels the pressure as he capitulates immediately as well. And now it is a 3 versus 2. 4PF in trouble here. They have lost the equal grounds of the numbers. It's not balanced enough, and you can see it immediately. They are losing out one after the other. Tried to do a little bit of a trade-off with Sato there, but it didn't work out the way he thought. He gets the angle. That is GG's. Clutch gods will clutch that chicken dinner, and it is well deserved as they take it away. PTK, you can see how they managed to close this down. Rocky has to be an amazing clutch player. $11 eliminations for the clutch gods, and that chicken dinner well deserved. 28 minutes on the clock, 1600 in damage point, 8 knocks, just under 1,000 in heals. You know, they did put in a lot of work. Again, another team finding their way through. I don't think we've had any back-to-back chicken dinners. We've had teams come very close in multiple occasions, but no back-to-back chicken dinners just yet, and that is something we love to see. the consistency in the performances, and it has been very, very clinical. Sato and a couple of players in here, but you can see 11 eliminations. Unfortunately, Hermito didn't manage to get any eliminations just yet, but hopefully he will be able to find his rhythm as the game continues to go on. And it's going to be a very, very interesting turn of events to see how these teams manage to see it all the way through in the last two games, with back-to-back dosage of Miramar coming up next.
Yeah, that was clinical from the CG3s. That game was one to ponder and think, with total eliminations 45, with close to 9,000 total kills. Not a lot of throwables used as in the previous game, where we had like close to triple digits. Yeah, 42 knocks, 9 revives, and the longest eliminations 267. When it came to the headshots, these teams were able to deliver 10 total headshots. That was the game number 4. And I can't actually believe, I can't wrap up my thoughts thinking that the CG3s, they really won that game. You know, they messed up with the MS, but then they were able to get the chicken also, like whatsoever. Like, these guys are just clinical and they are just epic. And for the most eliminations, none other than the man that has been able to clutch so much, who is the CG3 Rocky. Sato with the highest damage, Sato with grenade eliminations, which is apparently 0. Then we have Hubin with the longest elimination, and finally the Dose Glitch as the top traveler with 15 meters, close to 16 kilometers. But for the Dead Dose, I think they're having a taste of their own medicine. This is not what they intended to be doing. At the moment, they are suffering quite a lot, with only few players making it to that final zone. Player of the match, none other from the clutch codes, the CG3 Sato, with 4 eliminations, 722 damage, close to 800, 3 knockouts. This man has been calling the shots for the CG3s, and that's why the CG3s have been that dominant. You know, it's all about teamwork, and that final zone teamwork was all that was needed for them to clinch that chicken dinner. You know, that was the final Erangel. Still have Miramar. 2 Miramars, in fact. After the Miramar, we will know for sure which team will have dominated so much. Brutal Psychos, they took the number 9 with only 2 points, which is quite crazy, and these might be quite an impact that in these overall rating. For the final table, Hakuna Matata also 2 points, Vexa, Esports extra. But you know, as we are looking at this table, we have a lot of teams that are not able to register eliminations. I'm not quite sure why, but I don't know. Is it the mentality, or is it the game is so hard for them to even register a single elimination?
Well, it's a valid thought, right? But with what we've seen, I mean, consistency across the board from, you know, so many different teams that are starting to get into the game. You can see Horn Legends still back-to-back solid performances. Yes, that chicken dinner is still elusive, but they are still putting in consistent performances, you know, and the likes of Alpha Base still consistently putting performances. Even 4 packets full, still they put some points on the board. 8 points in 4th place. Relentless also putting in points on the board. IGL also putting in points on the board, even though coming off from a chicken dinner. Death Dose as well. Again, after the first 2 games, you know, the consistency levels have maybe started to dwindle just a little bit. But again, this is what comes with the game. Call Me, on the other hand, still yet to find their footing all the way through, but they are playing a little bit more confidently. It's just that the eliminations is still needing a lot of work, you know, for them to stay inside of that top 8 place. But again, there's still 2 games left, and this is where it really matters. This is where you have to go all in, go all out. We're done with Erangel now. 2 more maps of Miramar action, and this is where we might see some teams that have been waiting all night for a little bit of Miramar action, so they might be the ones that turn up, you know, in those particular maps. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed to see who and what those teams might have in store for us.
Looking at past events, we have the Alpha Base team. I think this Miramar game might be one of their most favorites. They normally perform very well when it comes to Miramar, hoping to see that kind of action in Surging in the next game. Deathos Kenya also quite good. You know, these Erangel games have not been the favorite for the Deathos. IGLs were in a very, very good heated fight against the Deathos, although they lost. That was quite a sight to see. And I'm just curious to see how the overall rating, how the overall table will be looking at, because it will be crazy looking at how the Alpha Base perform, the Glasgow's perform, Horn Legends perform, 4PFs. These will be quite a shift. Looking at the team number 1 to the team number 6, and hopefully we'll have a change, man. Because if a team sees that is losing that top 8, I think the game number 5, game number 6 will be the most heated of all. These teams have to be careful. Just a matter of seconds, just a matter of minutes for us to see how the game number 5 will be unfolding. And finally, at least Miramar, man. You know, I've missed a lot of dry land fights. This is where those DMRs come into play, where the snipers come into play. Hopefully the Clutch Gods can be able to put up this great form that they are in this very minute. Oh, but 21 points, that was quite crazy. And getting a chicken dinner. Bro, I never doubted them for a second. And that is the overall ranking. Alpha Base with 46 total points. Deathos Kenya coming in second with 45 and dropping that number 1 for the first time today. Brutal Psychos also dropping towards that number 3, but they have to be careful. Look at the IGL Kido. They have 39 points and they're eyeing that number 1 with only 7 points remaining for them to get to the number 1. 4PF with quite a very, very good game. Clutch Gods now in the top 8 with 31 points. You know, that game was a very, very big game changer for the Clutch Gods, and the Delhi getting pushed towards the number 8. And the Delhis, they have to rethink. They have to look at how they played the first game, second game, that game, fourth game, because the final 2 games, these games will not be easy for them.
Absolutely. It will definitely not be easy for them. I mean, call me, they are letting the top 8 positions slip away from their fingers. Hakuna Matata as well, relentless. This finally, they have had a solid performance and they've somewhat got themselves into the conversation for that top 8 position, but they need a whole lot more than what we've seen from them so far. I'm expecting a whole lot from them. Vexor Esports as well, Dark Esports, even Extra, still yet to find your footing. We have 4 games in and you have only 4 points, so you're averaging 1 point per game. I would expect a whole lot more for teams that made it to this stage of this competition. I would be, you know, it's a little bit of a disappointing performance so far from some of those teams, but Miramar, I believe, is going to give us something very different, something very, you know, unorthodox. I'm still expecting Horn Legends to put up a little bit of a fight as well to reduce the deficit between themselves and the teams, you know, currently sitting at the top at this stage.
Game number 5, game number 6. These will be the game changers. I can't wait to see how these games will be unfolding. But guys, let's just take a very, very short break. We shall be back for more incredible actions for the final maps. Miramar.
come. Be the number one for Africa.
And we are back. Only 2 maps remaining. And the maps are Miramar. Your priest, what is your favorite map if it is not Miramar?
I mean, right at this stage, Miramar gives us a little bit of everything, right? A little bit of water, a little bit of desert, a little bit of structure, right? We want to see teams try different things, try to get proactive, and that's what we love to see. Teams that are always willing to turn things around, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Brand new teams trying to turn things around, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to see something special in the final third. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to this particular map.
Now this is where the heavy hitters are. You know, like Miramar, you have to have the long range, and a couple of times you have to have a sniper. I don't know, I've not seen most of the times players using like literal snipers. They would rather go for the DMRs instead of the snipers. But if you find a player with a sniper, that player knows what he is doing. Because most of the times Mini 14 is the most preferred weapon. MK14, if you have a hot drop, yeah, if you have that drop, SKS. But I don't think SKS is the best weapon. I think when it comes to fire rate, I believe Mini 14 is best when it comes to such kind of games.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. You know, I think the SKS is a little bit played out. You know, if you do have a Mini, it's much more stable. You know, and the rounds aren't heavier. But I don't know about damage wise though, but I would still pick the Mini over the SKS for sure. Also, another weapon I don't really like, it's the SLR, right? It feels the exact same way with the SKS. I think it feels the exact same way, the way the recoil of the weapon is, the way it bounces around, those kinds of things. So, you know, and I don't think it has an extra grip. I think for the SKS, you have like a bunch of attachments you can add there, but for the SLR, I don't really think you have much. I think it's just like one for the muzzle, and that's pretty much it. So that's not one of the things I like. But I don't even think you see the SLR in Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. You might though, but I think the SES is much more common.
Yeah, for Miramar, most of the time we'll have the, what is it called? We have this sniper, which is only available in Miramar. Is it the
Winchester?
Yeah, the Winchester.
Yeah, the Winchester.
That's the most common, and it's okay. It's deadly. It comes with a pre-equipped scope, but I don't know. It's quite rare to find players using these unless that is the first weapon that they've found while landing. But when it comes to like those small zones, it's quite difficult to see players using them. Oh, maybe that might be your preferred weapon.
I mean, comes with a scope, but 45 ACP though, is that it? Because I'm not really sure. I think 45 ACP ranks the lowest in terms of ammo caliber, but we're going to see for ourselves. Maybe one of these players in here loves the Winchester and is going to, you know, use it to show us something special. But we're going to keep our eyes peeled for that one. Playing path cuts in from the south to the northern side. Los Leones in the mix. La Bendita. I think we've got a little bit of San Martin in there. You know, I think we've got maybe Hacienda in there, El Hazard in there, Cruzeva in there, Water Treatment, Tierra Bronca, Torre Armada, and Campo Militar. All of these places towards the eastern side of the map. Well, we're about to find out who is going to make a quick work of all of these positions. But let's lock in your predictions, chat. What are your expectations?
Right now, hopefully we can see the alpha base and the dose glitch, because these are one of the maps that they really call home. And as the zone is moving, players are trying to find those like the BTX. They're trying to get a couple of points because they need and they really want to finish on that top spot on the overall table. And things are moving relentless, and the circle taking a central approach, which will be rather good news to almost all the teams, except for the BPX, because that means that the 4PFs will be pushing towards the north from the south. Hence, we are guaranteed an encounter between the 4PFs and the and the BPX. But it's quite early to judge. It's quite early to tell. BPX already fighting against the Deathos, and these are some of the top teams. What will happen if the Deathos is eliminated by the BPX or the otherwise?
I mean, that would be very interesting at this stage, right? But for the final third, these last couple of games, I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on that bubble position for the top 8, right? We have 4 packets full. Ooh, well, that was a nice shot onto Shadow. He gets caught out immediately by Jamal. And Extra will be securing first elimination of this game, hopefully for more to come. And Horn Legends have also secured one for their own, courtesy of Dynamo. But like I was saying earlier, right, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on that top 8 position. And the thing you said, it looks like it might just be happening though. Those going up against Brutal Psychos, and Brutal Psychos have lost one of their teammates. Ooh, I'm not sure how I feel about this one, PTK.
Oh my word. And already the Deathos are asserting dominance and heading straight to that #1 spot. But if the BPX lose this fight, that means that the IGL have that grand and sweet opportunity to make it to that #3 spot, which will boost their confidence and morale when it comes to the PMNC Kenya Finals, which is what you really want. Teams at the top of the table, they are quite feared. So once you finish at the top spot, just know that already the statement has been set. It's just for you to make that sentence happen. And the Clash Gods are in at the #6, and these teams are walking straight to the Dark Nova, who does get a very, very good knock on Dean, who is bleeding out. Dark Nova goes to the push, and oh my word, he almost got that Dark. You almost got Jamal Inferno. You almost got them. If it was not for the HL Dynamo, I think he would have clashed a 1v3 easily. And Dynamo, they know they have the advantage. These are the Horn Legends. Inferno, Dynamo have to be careful. Otherwise, these will be a game over. They're going for the push. Dynamo hold his position. Inferno feeling the heat. Inferno down on his feet. Finishing off the job. And Dynamo will make that finish. He does get the elimination, and 3 eliminations for Dynamo. The clinch, how many eliminations are those? I think those are 6 eliminations early in the game. I think they can, if they win the game, the tables will be turning. Remontada already. Clash Gods are still in a heated fight. And that's a JJ's Priest. They won a game, and they've already exited the second game that they are coming as winners.
And this is what happens, this is really what happens when the pressure starts to get on, right? It's just really how it pans out when the pressure starts to get on. The teams always start to think about how they can do better than what they did in previous game, or what they can or what strategies they can apply, and it's always going to be very different. You hardly see a team win Erangel, and when the next game is Miramar, they turn up. It's really, really difficult because of how quickly the dynamics of the map changes quickly, and you have to prepare yourself and then turn things around within the blink of an eye between 2 games. So it's always going to be very interesting. But like I said earlier, right, I will be keeping my eyes on that bubble position now that the Clutch Gods have opened the way for 4 packets for Deadly, Komi, and Hakuna Matata, an opportunity for them to at least close the gap and get a little bit closer, into that top 8 position, because it's all about the top 8 now.
Yes, sure. For the 4PFs, they have the game in their own hands. The ball is in their court. It's for them to be able to execute and get those points required to get to that top 7, not even the top 8, top 7. And the Deadlies an opportunity of a lifetime. If they can be able to get that top 8, you just need to get the top 16 and you will be guaranteed of something in your pocket. That is what everyone wants in this game. Everyone wants to win more. Trying to loot up those William, trying to get the Vexa Esports Yakari. Who has to be very, very careful because William is relentless on those kinds of push, and he does get the knock with the M416. I think the dead doors, they are a bit, can I say, this game, they are more formed, they are more composed than the previous 2 games.
Yeah, actually, I would agree with you. You know how they're playing these games, how they are trying to position themselves. They're not trying to take unnecessary risks, and we're seeing that they just want to be more efficient, more effective with their plays, with their call outs, and I'm starting to see that that is just the point. Reaper here, I'm not sure, are they aware that he's here, or they're aware now? No element of surprise this time around. Immediately turns out, and it will be turned inside out. Sema is already there on the precipice, steals that one away. 2 eliminations now for Death Dose. Yakari bleeding out will make that 3. And it's always going to be funny when I see like the green ghillie suit inside of Miramar, right? It's not effective. It's not as effective as in Erangel. I know there's another color of ghillie suit. I'm just surprised to see that the green one, yeah. But I think,
bro, can you see? Do we have green ghillie suits here? I'm not sure, but I don't think.
Okay, maybe it's my eyes. Maybe it's my eyes. I'll take a look again, but I'm pretty sure it looks like the green one though.
Yo, maybe it's a green one. I'm not sure, but if a player has a ghillie suit, I don't know what he's trying to hide from. Because what are you hiding? How are you even camouflaging? But you will not even look like a bush. You will look displaced. What do you mean? Ghillie suit in front. You're lying on a brown pillar, brown mountain. I see you, and you know that I see you, that you see me. What are you doing there with the ghillie suit? We'll get eliminated very easily if you try to take the green ghillie suit. Most of the times the players will go for the brown ghillie, which most of the times it's quite hard to get. Yeah, but meanwhile, for Relentless, they are still trying to get a footing. They've not had best of games, although they finished that in the previous one. That's not how they really wanted for it to play out. Hakuna Matata, they are also trying to move up and about as the zone closes in towards the central area of Miramar, and with no place to run. The game is set, the playing field is on. It's all upon the players to execute their moves. Everything that they've been doing in the training grounds is being tested in the game. And number 5.
Well, Death does have an interesting dynamic with how they've been approaching this game so far, slow and steady. I mean, they are very, very strong in Miramar, but it looks like Home Legends are about to feel that strength as Aggressor is going to be circling back. He gets the angle here. Grenade is launched perfectly, launched immediately in front of Aggressor. He takes a little bit of a hit there. This could force him into a very uncomfortable position as Dynamo, his teammates, will fall to the sword. Another grenade to force Aggressor into a very, very uncomfortable area. Next time we'll be getting dropped by William. I mean, Death Door's playing this perfectly. 5 eliminations to the good. He's turned it around again, and they still have all of their players up. 5 eliminations, looking very, very solid for them. Hopefully, they will be able to get themselves that chicken dinner and be the first team to get 2 chicken dinners in today's games.
Honestly speaking, you talked about the Death Doors, how Miramar is their favorite map, and you all see why. They are very composed in how they are pushing, how they are approaching those fights. 5 eliminations already, 50 mark. That is half a century in. Alphabet is not calling any shots, but they still have the numbers. They're just waiting. With 36 players remaining, Miramar has been the death ground for most of these teams. Talk about the Clash Gods, Dark Tempers, Arc, all of them They have a story to tell when it comes to Miramar, but for the Dead Those, they are the narrative. They are the team that are setting the pace for the Miramar game, and the zone engulfing Pecado, Power Grid, some parts of Power Grid still in zone. And the teams, they just have to choose the right point for them to be able to dominate, hopefully create a loophole for them to get a couple of eliminations. And the Dead Those moving toward the southern part where they will be meeting the 4PFs. I think they're aware that the HLs are still in that vicinity, and choosing not to tickle them, they go straight towards the southern part. But I don't know. The Delhis are also there. Delhis, they need... I think this is a game that the Delhis, they need to be very, very outrageous. They need to be full of pressure. They need to be getting those eliminations. They need even a chicken dinner. Because a win right now, and let's say they get double digits, will catapult them towards that top 8 spot.
And that top 8 spot is where they really, really, really need to be at this stage. But right now, it is going to be Relentless, Hakuna Matata, Komi. These guys have a lot to play for, and they need to step up to the plate. They need to absorb the pressure and make sure they find a way to see this through. We are in phase 3 of the circle. We've still got 36 players roaming around here. And of that 36 play, of those 36 players, Horn Legends and the guys from Death Dose have secured the majority of the eliminations. Call me as well. Call me 4 eliminations. It's a very good start for them, but they need a whole lot more if they are trying to, stay inside of that top 8.
But they don't have the numbers. With only a trio, but they've gotten 4. That's quite good. And the Delhis, they know. But they have to be careful, because look at Glixi watching from afar, trying to pick up the Delhi Esports. Those quite confident coming to this game number 5. Delhis have to be careful as they approach this 4PF side, the team that got the number 4 in the last Erangel of the evening. But it's all upon a matter of chances, as teams are looking for that key point to make their voice heard. And 4PFs are trying to make a rotation straight into that warehouse. I think that would be their best position if they can be able to hold it, occupy, and ultimately the zone. I think the zone might be heading to that location, as Glixi still tries to move around, tries to pick up a couple of players. A Delhi team still confident, but with no action, a lot will be asked from them, and the zone takes a central approach, and Alphabets are the center of it all.
And I'm starting to see, how Alpha Base have been approaching the games, ever since we went past game number 3. And I'm starting to understand that they're a much more central-based team. They love to play a little bit closer to the center of the circle. They don't like chasing after the play zone. I think they tend to lose players when they do that. And their way of combating that is having to be in the zone at all times, so they don't have to deal with, constant rotations. And I got to respect it. But for Packets full, they need more eliminations to just beef up that current, because they are currently sitting in 7th place, 1 point just ahead of Deadly. And Deadly has 3-man, so it's going to be a very expensive gesture. How are we getting knocked away there by Deathlo's taking them apart one after the other. This is one of those things we talk about. Deathlo's very, very, very effective, very efficient in Miramar, and we're starting to see why, PTK.
Oh my word, Miramar is all about those high grounds, dominate the high grounds, and you can pick up these teams one by one. The 4PF losing Harvey, and quite early in the game, they have 1 elimination though. I don't think that will be packing quite an impact and a lot of chances. You see, Call Me, they have 22 points, just a few points shy from getting that number 7, number 8. So it's not safe. It's not safe at all. Looking at how the table is, the middle part of the table is interchangeable, and the changeability does mean a massive swing when it comes to that top 8. And Glory, as you head further up, the table, those unmatched in the number 1. But the 4PFs, if they lose a footing right now, that might be over for them and the hopes of getting that top 8 with only 1 game left. You never know the outcomes of the final game, so you have to perform in the second last game as much as you can.
You absolutely have to. You can't make any mistakes. Call Me cannot afford to lose players at this stage, and of all teams to trade blows with, it is going to be what? Oh my days, he allowed his teammate to bleed out right in front of him. That is unfortunate there. Call Me in trouble legal. Going to be the last one left here. And IGL already pressing forward. Kiddo trying to get his teammates back up. Again, this is something that I've seen before, you know, when it comes to teams like Call Me, when the pressure is on them. And it's just an unfortunate scenario here. 4PF in trouble because BPX have pulled up to the scene there and they immediately send chaos in their general direction. Interestingly enough, BPX, they're 4th. After the performance they've put up today, they're in 4th place. Interestingly enough, that's where they're sitting right now. And the fact that that is where they're sitting at this stage, it baffles me with all of their performance so far, PTK.
Yo, the thing about BPX is the game number 4 was not their best, and losing in that game, that gave the teams that are under them below the table a chance to push in, and that is what you saw from the Alpha base as they made the push. And oh my word, BPX Viper striking the Venom inside the 4PF side, and they don't believe. And what is that guy doing? Oh my word, 4PF nothing. He was like, okay, my teammate has been knocked from that point. Okay, let me check if I'll see the guy that knocked him. What was that? Outrageous.
Outrageous is the word. And we still have Call Me eliminated now, just 1 point behind top 8. And now also the guys from 4PF down to a solo player. Now this is a clear-cut opportunity for Relentless and Hakuna Matata to do something special in this game. We're down to 9 and we are down to stage 5 of the circle. A couple of seconds and the play zone is going to be closing any moment from now. And now it's going to squeeze them into a much more unfortunate turn of events there. We're going to see who's going to turn up and who's going to capitalize on this potential. But it looks like Alpha Base, this might be that chicken dinner that has been eluding them all day long. IGL also in the mix as well. They might be able to turn this around. But BPX, I spoke to Sue Jamal. Turning it in as Gone is going to be a victim of a very sweet M416 shot. But now take a look at this, PTK. Everybody is on the hillside trying to take advantage of the high ground position.
Yeah, everyone is trying to take that advantage because they know, get that point and you can be able to call where the game will be moving, how the game will be going. And Hakuna Matata, they have the best chance ever. Most of the times they are fumbling so bad. Hopefully in this game, we are going to see Hakuna Matata giving us something special, something beautiful, because that is what everyone has been hoping to see from the Hakuna Matata. Next has the sniper AWM, one of the most lethal one-shot weapons. Mike has been taken down by the BPX Viper, and the Apex Alpha Base, they don't know how to control the game. From that point, they were very, very central. But at the moment, the shots are coming from every single angle. One from the IGL, second from the BPX. And it's all about positioning. Alpha Base catapulted at the center of it all. Will they be able to make it? It's just a matter of seconds.
We're about to see if that will be the case. King Von playing all the way behind there. And Manu does have the interestingly accurate M1 Grand. He's sending a couple shots across, but Viper will turn that one around. Naruto goes down immediately. And now, Viper does go down instead, courtesy of Gardner. 4PF not stopping. Viper immediately getting flushed there. Warning shots firing away. And now BPX need to be very, 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 very careful. You can see the guys from Hakuna Matata. Someone in there has an AWM ready to let loose. But will he be accurate enough to cause all of the chaos he needs to cause? Well, eyes are going to be on that one immediately as well. Take a look at that. You see the What did we talk about, VTK? This thing does not hide you. This thing, it does not hide you, fam. It doesn't.
Painful, painful, painful. What was that? What was that, Gilly? Oh, we can see you, but that was some clean potatoes. As we registered, but the BPX, they're able to get that counter strike. But I don't think the ghillie suit, the green ghillie, is the best option for you. And honestly speaking, I've never unlocked that achievement in the game. Like get a brown ghillie suit. All the times I think I get that green ghillie suit, as we have seen that player, and I think that was the last time that he will be picking up such a thing ever. Hakuna Matata. Next, we need a chicken dinner. Hakuna Matata. We need something beautiful. As Hakuna Matata, they're looking for that chicken. We have Relentless still in the game and a 4-man army. Deadly with only 2 players remaining. They are just a point away from the number 9. You know, the Delhi Esports, they have to do something magnificent. They have to go closer to the number 6. Otherwise, it's going to be spelling a lot of trouble. And knock, who's there? Guess who? It's I.
Oh, well. That is what we call strategic waiting. They were waiting on him, and the moment he cracked open the door, he was riddled with bullets. And Hyunbin is also going to be knocked away. The Relentless Esports from a 4-man team have been cut down to just a solo player. It's going to be Chizzy left. And Mateo is off and in there, causing a lot of chaos. He's capitalizing one after the other. Mateo from Horn Legend, somehow they have managed to get 8 eliminations, even playing as a duo. It is too impressive how they've been able to get this one down. But here comes the guys from IGL. Now they've seen the chaos and they want a piece of the action for themselves as well. Finisher Mateo is all left to them. Grenades flying all over the place. They can't seem to get the angles right because of the smokes. They can't see all of the vision shot outside, and they might run into the Molotov that's left away by Mateo. There are more smokes, more grenades, but not spotted, and another one drops behind. Mateo immediately takes the open space, but the UMP will crack his skull and send him back into the lobby with the quickness as well. Trade-off is good, but not this time. Kiddo falls down, switching into the right-hand side, but Finisher does get finished just in time. IGL capitalized down to 4, and that is a job well done. Brutal Psychos do get eliminated in the same breath.
Oh my god, IGL, that was incredible, but they have to be watching out for these deaths. Those team, they're coming for the third party like guests. These are the guests in a wedding, uninvited, but they want to feast on everything. They're trying their best. They're very, very good, but Farfetch need those glitch. He has the 7 eliminations for that squad, and the circle closing in a few seconds. These will be some drama in the final zone. And 4 teams remaining. Alphabets, full squad, Deathos, trio, Hakuna Matata, trio, IGL with a trio. So the numbers, they are going straight to the Alphabets. But the question is, can they utilize the numbers towards them winning? They have the position, they have the numbers. Right now, they just need that chicken, which they have been chasing all these games. They tried, but no vision. They tried, but no chicken. But right now, they have the game in their hands. Will they be able to utilize that Espresso expressing himself back to the lobby? But it's still not yet finished. And the game is taking a turn. As you can see, the third party, they had the position. They're trying to pick up the IGLs, and the IGLs one by one, they are getting eliminated. But I think the odds are still stacked towards the Alpha team.
Well, that's a major bone of contention right now, because what we've seen, Hakuna Matata absolutely getting worried with those bullets as they land on top of them. Again, they get into the top 4, but no eliminations, playing too safe, playing too slow, and they learn the hard way that they do not manage to see it all the way through. It cost them a little bit more than what they would have liked, but that is just what it is. And now they will try their absolute best to see it through, but Alphabet is looking very confident. 7 eliminations, central position in the zone, very, 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 very solid with the way they've been able to see this through. Again, they're looking very, very confident, and this is something I've enjoyed watching so far. And now, this high ground position, can they hold on to it? Can they capitalize on it? It's going to take a lot from Alpha Base to keep this on, but IGL do have a straggler, Death Dose as well. Death Dose, this is their map. They are much more efficient here, but can they snatch this chicken dinner away from Alpha Base, who the chicken dinner has been eluding them from game one?
I think they can because they have the most parts of the play zone, and then they can pick up the Alpha Base one by one as they try to create a choke point. Look at Dose Sema trying to go in with the flank from the left side of that mountain. But Alpha Base, they are quite aware that the Death Dose will be trying to do such kind of tricks. And these men well prepared for this kind of action. IGL 33K. He has to make the safe zone very, very low. But he doesn't have a lot of places to move around because the play zone is there. And if he wants to go up, he cannot go up because we have that mountain in front of him, stumbling block. So the only option is down. If he tries to go down, we have the Dose glitch there just waiting. So he has to choose his moment. He has to choose his position if he is to put the IGLs in the game.
It's gonna be an interesting closeout to this game, though. Death Dose, that numbers advantage that Alpha Base have, can they utilize it though? Can they turn this around? Mike and Naruto in a 2-2 split, Venom and Gon on the other side. It is all about who wants it more at this stage though. Sema, ground floor. It is going to be a big game here. Remember, it is all for bragging rights. It is all for bragging rights for these three teams. IGL have had an amazing game so far. 7 eliminations. Death Dose, 8 eliminations. Alpha Base, 7 as well. It is anyone's game here except for IGL. I don't think that solo player can do much from that position he's currently in. There's so many ways this could turn out, but I don't see that making much of a conquest going into this final position. But let's take a quick look as the play zone is going to be closing out into the final stages. I don't think Death Dose can actually make their way up the hill without getting spotted by IGL, but we're about to see if that can be the case. Death Dose might be able to do something special here going into the last phases of this circle. BTK.
Yeah, they're trying their best. They're trying to pick a knock on the Alpha Base, but that is a perfect nade. Although it does not register that knock, IGL 33K almost eliminated by Venom. So they're calling the shots. The Death Dose team, they can't go up. And if they try to go up, we have that relentless Alpha Base team who are trying to be the Alpha team in the final zone. There's those William. Naruto should not be giving away his location. Otherwise, they'll get that advantage. Venom crashes out that vehicle and does get William. William is down. AP Mike, they're going all in. Those Sema, I don't know if this is the best thing for them to do. They should have just waited. Tried to pick up that Death Dose team. And a nade might be flying his way as he tries to get the Dose glitch. He'll be going for the push, and this might be the end. He goes for the knock, and glitching out, taken back to the lobby. Oh my word! Apex Predators Alpha Base, they won the Dose, and they are giving the Dose to Sema. Sema says, and Sema almost got Mike, and that is just a GG's. Alpha Base finally, after 5 games, they have gotten their chicken dinner, crowned as the champions in the game number 5. Miramar has been their game. Rangel, that was not it. Rondo, that was not it. But you know what? Miramar is here, and Miramar is for them quite a GG's.
Big game, very big game for Alpha Base. We saw the way they were positioned, playing it a little bit more centrally, not giving away too much. They were so constant. They were so dominating. They held the high ground position. They never gave it up. They kept shooting and shooting and shooting. They kept obliterating teams every single turn of the way. And Death Dose were the last ones to feel that pressure. And Alpha Base, after all that work, finally, that chicken dinner that has been eluding them for the past 4 games. It is finally into their hand, and it is going to fall into their hands in the first Miramar of the night. That should tell you something. These guys have been patient, and now they have been rewarded. 10 eliminations, 1700 in the damages, big numbers all over the board. 30 minutes on the clock as well, and they had just under 950 plus heals. This was a complete performance from Alpha Base. 20 points, big game for them, PTK.
Oh my word, AP GOAT Naruto. Well, they are the GOATs of the game number 5, Miramar. Miramar has been heated, but Miramar has been theirs. Go to the 2 eliminations and 1 knock. I think this is one of the most perfect team statistics, because every single player has an elimination and has that knock. You know, like they're doing their own work, and probably they all have those assists. AP Mike, 3 eliminations, 1 knock. Venom, 3 eliminations. He got a perfect elimination on William, and he was the guy that set that push towards the Dose team, as he got William with that vehicle explosion. 3 eliminations for the guy. Gone, but not gone forever. He made the Death Dose team have something. The game was so sweet, but to the Death Dose, that was a very bitter pill for them to swallow. 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner to that ups those number 1. I think they've already overtaken the Death Dose on the number 1, but we are yet to see that on the overall table. And for that game number 5, 47 total eliminations have been registered, close to 5,500 total heals, close to 50 knocks, 15 revives, 91 throws, and almost 10,000 damage. Just a little bit shy from registering that 10,000, but that was quite some damage, and that tells you the story. The game is not slowing down. The game is becoming even more intense. As you look at the longest elimination distance, it has also increased. That means that we are having those long range fights even more than the previous game. We had like 267 in the Erangel game. Right now, 271 for the final Miramar. I just can't wait to see how things will be unfolding as the time goes by. No, the teams awaken. The fear is gone. And that is just what happened. As we look at the match summary, Priest, that game has been very wild.
Very wild indeed. I mean, William had the most eliminations, 5 eliminations for Death Dose. Interestingly enough, I was expecting a whole lot more, but and 33k from Agio had more damage points. No grenade eliminations for 33k. So are we saying nobody got any grenade eliminations inside of this game? I'm not sure, but Naruto did travel 271 meters with his bullets, and we had a glitch do 12.219 kilometers. I mean, that's quite a distance. He also did a lot of traveling as well, but not the highest we've seen today, right, PTK?
Yeah, we have 15k. Don't forget about that. We have someone that moved around. I think that guy traveled more than the Erangel map itself. I think he was going to and fro the same area. It was 15 kilometers. Erangel itself is 8x8. How far are you moving? Are you moving from one point to another, then coming back? That's crazy. But anywho, that was the match number 5. And the player of the match is none other than the man from the Dead Dose. The Dose William with the 5 eliminations, close to 600 damage, 4 knockouts, and survived a couple. Yeah, almost got to that 30-minute mark, but it's quite hard for you to get to the 30-minute mark if you're not the winner chicken dinner team. With the 5 eliminations, that sets the pace, and that sets can I say a mark, because the Dead Dose, I think they really won the PMNC Kenya champion and ultimately that PMGO Africa championship. You know, we watched them playing the PMAC. They dominated, although they didn't get that top spot. Right now, this is their moment of reckoning, and for that game, we had none other than the Alpha Base getting 20 incredible points. 10 placement, 10 eliminations, quite evenly matched. And the 20 points will be making a very, very big change in that overall standing. Dead those, they take the number 2, but I don't think it's going to make quite an impact. But Dead those with 15 points, IGL Kido still falling in shy with the 12 points, but 33k from the IGS has been very, very incredible in terms of survival, in terms of getting those eliminations. That man has been incredible. 7 eliminations, they have been finding that footing. Horn Legends, 8 eliminations, but the 2 placement points, but they got the 10 points sort of points, which is quite good. Virtual Cycles, we had the Call Me's with that revive. We remember that revive where he tried to make the revive, but unfortunately he came in a little bit shy and they lost a player there, where we had the final player surviving. He tried his best, but unfortunately numbers game, it becomes so hard for you to survive. Hakuna Matata, I think the name is a bit opposite of what is happening, Chris, because how do you say Hakuna Matata and we see there are a lot of worries? Why?
Very, very worrisome performance. Very worrisome performance coming through from Hakuna Matata. I mean, I was expecting a whole lot more from them, but the likes of Relentless, Deadly, Extra, managing to squeeze out just a point from this match number 5. Then we got Vexor, Clutch Calls, and Dark Esports. Yet to secure any points on the board. I would expect a whole lot more from their performance going forward, but still, it's always going to be a very difficult engagement from what we've seen so far. Alpha Base, though, looking very, very confident at the top. At this point, they've already qualified in the top 8. Death Dose as well, 60 points to the good. IGL also in the top 3. Brutal Cycles in 4th place. Again, their performance has not been necessarily the most consistent, though. I would expect a whole lot more going forward when they do play in the finals. Horn Legends as well, still haven't moved up or down either way. Clutch Calls the same, 4PF the same, Deadly also the same with 24 points inside of the top 8. But now the way we're looking at this, it could turn out to be very interesting, seeing as we have 4PF with 26 points in 7th and Deadly with 24 points in 8th.
This is going to be quite dramatic in the final game, because team number 6 has 31. So the teams to watch out for is the Clutch Goals that have the 31, 4PF the 26, Deadly with 24. So from the top 6, I think we are going to have a couple of teams getting eliminated and getting reshuffled from that point, because look at Call Me, just a few points shy from Deadly, only 2 points. They just need 2 points and they'll get that top 8. But that is only if the Deadly are eliminated very, very early in the game. Hakuna Matata 17, but they still have a chance. You watch that game where the Clutch Goals were able to get the chicken dinner. They got 21 points. So it is not yet over. Even the teams in the top 5, they can be eliminated. So for the Hakuna Matata, they still have chance. Relentless also have a chance, because 13 plus 21. How many points is that? Bro, close to 34 points. So the game is still on the road. The ball is in their court. It's upon them to show us that they really deserve to get to the final 16 in the PMNC Finals, Kenya.
Well, the ball is in their court, ladies and gentlemen. 5 games down, 1 more game to go. Miramar, the first Miramar, we're about to have the second Miramar, but before we get to that, we'll take a quick break and get ready to see who qualifies to PMNC Finals Kenya.
Priest.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship, Kenya, the group stages. It is day one, and we have had 5 breathtaking and thrilling games. But let's not forget, it is still Priest on the microphone, and I'm here with PTK. We have been riding and having so much fun in these past couple of games. PTK, finally, Alpha Base got their chicken dinner. Now it boils down to the top 8 going into this last game. Do you think there's still a surprise?
I think a very, very big one, wrapped in a very beautiful packed box. Because from the top 6 to the top 10, that is where the real competition is. For the top 1, there's no competition because already we know that these teams are very dominated. But we are going to the cut-off points, the cut-off number. That is number 8. And all these teams, we only have like 2-point gap, 4-point gap, 5-point gap, 10-point gap, which is easily fillable if a team decides to outpace themselves. If they decide that this is our game, get that confidence and try to get that chicken. You know, the chicken is important, yes, but I think the eliminations are going to matter so much.
Well, I'm excited. And I can feel the comment section as well, probably gonna be, excited as well, the chat. But now Kenya has given us, a lot of teams to look at, a lot of teams to look out for, but that top 8 is really what is important, and who is going to come out on top is really what we are looking forward to seeing here. 8 teams, and we know a couple of teams already have one foot in the finals, the likes of Death Dose, Alpha Base, Brutal Psychos. I think they've already etched their name in the top 8. They already etched their name in the finals. But now in that bubble position, where we have two points separating 7th and 8th place, we are going to be keeping our eyes on those teams. And this is exactly what we saw in the South Africa, group as well. It all boiled down to the last game, and we're going to keep our eyes out for those teams. But, it's all about expecting the unexpected. So I'm expecting something drastic always happens in the last game. So I want to see if that's going to be the case for this game as well.
Lock and load, guys. It's time for action. Once again, locking on those screens. Strap yourself on those seats. Keep your arm inside of that vehicle because we are going into those drylands. Welcome to the final game. Mila Ma. Don't forget, this is the PMNC Kenya Group stages to the finals. We're going for the top 8. Who wants it more? Who is bold enough to make those qualities? Who is bold enough to land them? Who is bold enough to make the move right these very seconds? Can't make a push, but you have to happen. These fights are 50-50 chances of you winning and you losing. And already the point cards directly vertical from the southern part to the northern part, which is quite.
Well, it's quite a storied turnaround, for some of these teams. Again, cutting from the south to the north, interesting playing path that we've got for ourselves here. But now we're about to see who wants it more than the rest. We've got all of the teams vying for a chance here. We've got some teams outside of the play zone, though. We've got the likes of IGL, Brutal Psychos, 4PF outside of the zone. I think we've got Hakuna Matata as well. I'm really going to keep my eyes on Hakuna Matata because they are one of the teams that needs something out of this game. They need a whole lot out of this game. They cannot afford to make any mistakes. So we're going to see if they will not allow the pressure to force them into making any kinds of errors.
At times it comes to those moments where even prayers cannot help any team. They just have to get their grit. They have to get their socks on, pull up their socks, and get those eliminations if they can be able to. Right now, we have the three teams already here. The HLs, Vexa, Esports, and finally the Dark Tempers. We have the Dark Devil, Dark Nova. They have to be careful because the HL, they are very, very aggressive. For the HLs, they are also fighting for that top spot. MJ almost eliminated. It's a strike for a strike. Mateo down he goes. MJ breathing his last. Aggressor and the HLs. This duo is quite a Vexa. They have the numbers, but unfortunately not able to cling on to that numbers game. And the whole Legends, they are making that push. As you can see, Dynamo coming in like a savior on a horse, a cowboy indeed. And they are dominating every single part of this place. Vexa Esports, Dark Nova, all of them getting eliminated. Dark Esports already out. And that is the end of the road for the Dark Esports. But what about the Vexa Esports? With only one player remaining, these will be hard for them. And I think, Priest, we are just counting it down for the Vexa Esports. If they are eliminated right now, they have seen the last of the PMNC 2025. 2026? Oh my goodness, we're in 2026? How old am I becoming?
Valid thoughts, very, very valid thoughts, but we still have to, maintain steeze and composure going into this last game of the night. But right now, Alpha Base, I'm pretty sure their heads are on cloud nine after that chicken dinner that has been eluding them past all of these, way past all of these games that we had earlier in the day. But remember, like I said, my eyes are going to be on 4PF and Hakuna Matata, all those teams that are just in that bubble of top 8 position. I'm going to be keeping my eyes sturdily on them. The moment they get eliminated, I know for a fact that that is going to be the end of the road for them. Pressure is really, really high at this stage of the tournament because you had 5 opportunities to make sure you are in the top 8. But if you don't do it, well, you're going to have to find a way to circle back and make sure that that is going to be the case.
And as the zone is moving towards that southern central part, we have teams like the IGLs. They are taking rather a northern approach. You have the BPX, the HMs, 4PFs, all of them towards the northern part of the map. But I don't know, moving towards the southern as they try to capture that zone, these will prove to be quite a hurdle because the Vexa Esports Yakari is watching. We have Inferno, we have the CG3s, we have Relentless. So they have to push up on these teams if they are to have a chance in the safe zone. Los Leones still 0 players in sight as we look to see who will get that chicken dinner and what drama will ensue in the final bout of this map. Dead those taking the southern western part and they are playing it safe. But for what reason, Priest? Why are the Dead those playing it safe?
I think it's more about them, maintaining that solidity and understanding the lobby. Maybe they want to play a little bit slower. It did work out for them in the previous game. Unfortunately for them, they finished out. They finished the second, the previous game in second place. Not the first happening today. So I think they've adopted this particular play style to this lobby, and it's something that I've seen time and time again. I mean, if you take a look at the play zone right now, Alpha Base still playing similarly to how they played in the previous game, playing it a little bit more central, keeping it tight, not giving away too much. From what we've seen so far. But again, it is going to be very proactive from some of these teams. So right now, Death Dose, I think they're just having to play slow because they know that they've already qualified. So now it's more about learning more about the opposition. So we'll see for ourselves if that's going to be the case for Death Dose. If it works out for them again, I'm pretty sure that would be their strategy going into the finals as well.
Yeah, true that, and true to every single thing that Priest has just mentioned. And it's all upon the teams to show us that they really need to be in that final 16. Today is the day number 1 for the PMNC Kenya. Tomorrow we're having the group 2, and the top 8 from both groups will be making it to the final stage of the PMNC Kenya. Then after that, head to that PMGO Africa. Then finally, the global stage where everyone is putting their eyes on. And as you move past stage, the cash also increases. And at least Esports, growing as the players are also growing. PUBG Mobile. And I think it's very, very commendable for PUBG to give us these kind of tournaments, these kind of events, and at least the players, they will have fun while trying to find something for their pockets, as the four pockets full are looking to hold on and maintain that number 7. But I don't think that is the best position for them. They are hoping that the Clutch Gods will lose their footing in this final game, but that will be very, very hard for them. But the question is, can the Clutch Gods be able to pull a Magnifico once more? Can they get another chicken dinner? You know, their chicken dinner came from nothing to something. Can they do something of the sort? Or are we going to see a different team doing such thing?
Well, I think we're going to see something very different, though. I personally think we're going to see something different going into these games. Again, the pressure is on now for those teams in the bubble space, but I also think for the sake of bragging rights, those teams sitting on the top will just want to have something one up over the other teams. I think it's just for a morale boost. You know, we finished the top of the group stage, and then some other teams would like to say, okay, we've learned a couple of things from these teams going into the finals. You know, but the finals is going to be a different ball game because there's still going to be another set of teams that you don't necessarily have a lot of intel on as they play. You know, you will pick up a couple of things from them, but again, you will try your absolute best to learn and not get caught out. But again, it is all about how willing you are, you know, to pick up the mantle and add a couple of more reservations to how you move and how your team progresses. But yeah, play zone over to that northeastern side. Alpha Base, the play zone has shifted away, but I think they have made the right call. And again, what would you think of Alpha Base's play style, though? Do you think it's going to work in the final the way they've been playing, you know, chasing after the central positions, you know, always having to be in the zone at all times? Do you think that is a viable strategy to take into the finals?
I'll just say one thing: once beaten, twice shy. Alpha Base, they employed that technique in the first game, which was rather very, very good. But I think all the teams that were eliminated by the Alpha Base, they already know the tactic that Alpha Base team will be using. Hence, they'll be quite careful, not like the first time. You know, the first time they were very, very blind. They made the push. They didn't see the Alpha Base there. They got eliminated quite fast. We had the dead those getting eliminated while trying to climb that hurdle of a mountain. So I think they know whenever there's a mountain, expect the Alpha Base there. So once beaten, twice shy. Call me team. They are almost called back to the lobby. And the Alpha Base are still dominating in these high ridge areas. And once more, but I'm not even sure if these will work. But that is a good knock. That definitely works. Oh my.
Whoa. Ooh.
Man, what was that? They gave out a knock. You know, that was a clean strike. But giving out a strike, that is what they should not be doing. You know, if Mike was just persistent enough, just patient, just let them have that pressure, then try to strike again. But Mike will not be pulling his head out again. That was some clean strikes from Immortal, and sets up the litmus test for the Alpha Base team as they try to hold that high ridge area towards that advantage that they got in the first game.
Well, we're going to see how much of an advantage that is going to look like, though, going into the next phase of this game. I mean, phase 3 of the circle is upon us here. Alpha Base playing as 3, though, so that should tell you that I'm not really sure they're going to finish this game the way they finished in the previous one. But the strategy, the playstyle is pretty similar to what we saw earlier on, you know, in the previous game. So I'm pretty sure that they will still pack up a couple of eliminations. Brutal Cycles, though, after the first 2 games, I think they've been pretty static. You know, they haven't really advanced in their play style. They haven't really secured much of anything onto the front lines that we've seen this time and time again. So I want to see if they will maybe turn up the heat in this final game and give us a little bit of a show. They know they've qualified, but these teams, I'm expecting a show from them, you know, in this final third. And we're talking about the teams like Relentless, Call Me, you know, and Kuna Matata. They have to turn this up. They have to do something to get into the final third, to get into that top 8 position and somehow just turn up and get into the final.
Exactly that. They have to find every single angle to get that top 8, which is their goal at the moment. BPX Edox on the other end, meeting the other end of a long barrel that sends him back to the lobby as the Alpha Bix Venom is still holding that location for the Call Me team. And the teams that are already out, we have the Arc, Dark Tempers, but we still have hope for that is the Vexer Esports. Only one of the guys is surviving. We have Relentless, IGL, Kido on the other end. They are still shining. Some of the few teams with the eliminations. I think this game has been quite slow paced comparing to the other games that we've seen, because we've seen Erangel, we've seen the first Miramar. Those games were heated, but at the moment we are almost approaching the stage number 4 of zone, and we have 45 teams remaining, 13 teams in total. This makes the game even more difficult. And Jamal, they have to make it to the safe zone, but look at the Destos. They are holding that location for them with nowhere to run. J Nexus, I think this is the end of their squad as he tries his best. But the Destos, they are trying a little bit more. They want as many eliminations as they can because they want to emerge number 1. Those bragging rights are very, very important for them. Yeah, knowing the Destos, that would be quite impactful in their social media, because that is what they want, get to the PMNC as number 1. But the game is still very not over, but the action just began at the moment.
Well, we're about to see if that will be the case for them. I mean, the chances of that being the case are still relatively very high. It looks like Alpha Base again getting absolutely overwhelmed here by Deathdos. This is not a surprise though. Deathdos, I saw that this would be, the strategy that they would play on, just trying to take the play zone from this position. Mike with a grenade launched over the top there, and it might try to connect just a couple of inches wide, but Mike peeks out immediately, getting dropped by the AKM. Glixie on the charge and the press forward now. Naruto is going to be the last one left for AP. And he is going to be circling his way back here, but it looks like Deadly might be in trouble. The team currently sitting in 8th place. They cannot afford to lose out right now. Another one getting a drop through. 33K gets the clutch. Immediately drops him away. Manu getting knocked away as well. 2 bodies now knocked away. Deadly is looking very deadly for them. If they can't seem to manage their way out of this predicament, they open the floodgates for teams like Komi and Hakuna Matata to snatch that top 8 position away from them. Hopefully, Manu does manage to get back into cover for JD to pick him up, but it's so dangerous because IGL, they smell blood in the water. They're pressing a little bit forward inside now, and that will be another one biting the dust. Volke goes back into the lobby. Here they come again. They hop straight into the vehicle and get out of dodge. You gotta respect it. They know that nothing was gonna come out of that, and they get out of dodge just in time as Brutal Cycles descend upon IGL.
And the team that was making the third party just got that party. The GLs, they were going for the Delhi Esports, but the Delhi's, they only got the 2 eliminations, and that a very, very powerful escape. IGL Tom is going for the push because they just got 2 players from the BPX, and Vaughn might be the only player remaining. And oh my word, oh my goodness, this might be a clutch for the IGL Tom as he go face to face with the BPX Vaughn, and Vaughn lies in wait, lies in the mud as the IGL Tom lays the brutal cycles brutally on the ground, brutally back to the lobby. But they have made it to the top 8, but with a beating in hand. At least you will make it to the top 8. But the IGLs, they want to let them know that it was by luck that you got to that point. For us, we want you, and we will still get you in the finals. And the games are heating up. It's anyone's game. But it's still a matter of numbers. It's still a matter of who has the best position in the game.
It's all about the positioning. It's all about the angles that they can hold. JD and Manu trying their best to hold on here as aggressor from Horn Legends. Mateo and Dynamo are looking to breach inside. And Akuna Matata setting their sights now onto the guys from Relentless as well. Here they come. Hyun Bin has been knocked away. There's open space here for Akuna Matata to turn this around. They need all the points they can get. They cannot afford to make any mistakes here. Grenades flying all over the corner. Chizzy making a play for it. Surely they have to utilize the grenades there. Good launch. But unfortunately, just a couple of inches wide, doesn't connect to Dembe. Aggressor exposed himself there, and he will be getting dropped away. Deadly, getting absolutely drawn outside. Dynamo getting a job well done on them, and that is the end of the road. Deadly, now they have to pray that Call Me do not get any more points. If they do, that will be that top 8 position slipping away from their fingers. And here they come into that final third. It's Legal, the last player left for Call Me. Hopefully they will not call him back into the lobby now, but it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. He takes a hit, and now it is going to be Relentless pressing forward on him. They need the points as well. Hopefully they will be able to find a way around, but Legal onto the top floor there. DBS in hand. He's taking so much damage, and he does get the first drop, but unfortunately no luck for him, and Legal will have to hold on as his teammates will try their best, Immortal, to keep the flag alive.
They only need one more elimination, just one more elimination, or just one more placement points. Call Me, they have to do their own. The final player, he has to try his best to get to the top 8. If he does get to the top 8, we will be revisiting those tiebreaker rules, because Call Me and Delhi will be at that spot. 4 PFs, they are not yet safe. Hakuna Matata, if Hakuna Matata is able to get to the top 5 and ultimately get a couple of points, I think all these teams will be withdrawn, and they will be withdrawn from that reigning top 8 spot. And as teams go make that push, Hakuna Matata and the 55-25 holds his position with the DBS at hand. Is trying to get that flash, and the Relentless team, they're trying their best, AKM in hand. And the game is becoming a little bit more intense than before as teams are clashing. The team that will be eliminated here will be facing a very, very huge L. But the Relentless team deacons down, and they are facing defeat. If Relentless is not relentless enough, this might be the end. Hakuna Matata on the other end. This might be the moment of reckoning. And Hakuna Matata Relentless. Oh my word! Hakuna Matata changing the narrative and getting that knock unexpected. And Relentless are out. They're out of the race of the top 8. Hakuna Matata have a chance. Will they be able to get to the top 8?
This is where the pressure mounts. This is where it looks like anybody's game at this stage. Hakuna Matata, 19 points, 2 eliminations so far, but they're taking so much damage, and this might be the end of the road for them. They're taking too much damage, and that vehicle might go up in flames, but fortunately they escape just in time as they make a rotation, but I spoke too soon. IGL having them on the ropes, and that might be the end of the road for Hakuna Matata. What a time for them to get eliminated. Unfortunate scenes for them there. No vehicle in sight, but they have managed to squeeze themselves into the play zone just in time. But will they be able to cover the brass tacks in that position? All they need to do is survive just a little bit more, and they might just get those points that sees them into the top 8.
This might be it. This might be it already. They've registered 3 points for the placement. But look at the IGL. I don't think there's any way that these guys will make it as they try to survive. The end of Hakuna Matata has been registered. The IGS, they were pushing relentlessly, waiting for Hakuna Matata. And we have seen the end. And Hakuna Matata, they no longer have to worry about anything, because the table has just shifted and nose towards their end. Let's just wait for the overall and get to see how they performed, how they fared in that game with only 4 games, with only 4 teams remaining. Clutch God's full squad. We have the Horn Legends with a trio, IGL's a trio, and finally the Dead Those with only 2 players in their roster. And Prince, as you can see, we have the Dead Those, they have 7, IGL 7, Hon Legends 9 eliminations. We have the Clash Goals with 2 eliminations. But who has the most chances of coming in clutch in this game?
Well, the way it's looking, I mean, Horn Legends, though, this might be the game, right? I talked about them being knocking on the door, getting closer and closer and closer to getting that chicken dinner that has been eluding them as well. Like it was eluding Alpha Base in their performance. They have been very consistent over the course of the games, but now we're going to see if that will be the case going into these games again. But I think Horn Legends, this might just be the game. This might just be the opportunity they've been looking for. They might just be able to see this through.
Finally, they can't take a chicken dinner, but they have to do a lot. Nothing is going to be easy. IGL Kido, they are receiving shots. 33K down on his knees, not praying, begging for mercy, begging that the CG3 Sato will not finish him off. But CG3 Sato is not taking into consideration of what the IGL 33K is saying. Let me take you back to the lobby, my boy. Let me show you something great. We also want that chicken, and we want it in all aspects. As the Clash goes, still at a full squad with 3 eliminations already. They have to find the right spot, but everywhere is infested by players, both from the Dead Those, from the Horn Legends, and it's anyone's game. And everyone here is game. As the zone shrinks in less than 30 seconds, we will be seeing and hopefully crowning a new chicken dinner winner. That is, if the Horn Legends are able to dominate, or else the IGLs dominate also. But the game is still up for grabs.
Could be anyone's game at this stage. Anyone can snatch it away. 9 eliminations for Horn Legends so far. I think they're leading the charge, but they don't have the numbers. The guys from the Clutch Gods have all the numbers. They've got 4 players in, but they do have only 3 eliminations. So eliminations-wise, I think Horn Legends just have a little bit of an edge over them. Same thing with Death Dose. They are playing as 2, so they don't necessarily have a lot to cover here. Interestingly enough, still a little base for IGL to turn this around. Kido and Tom playing off a little bit off the park there. Open spaces. Again, nobody is inside the play zone just yet, though. There's nobody inside of the play zone until we have a couple of teams trying to make that rotation from the south side. Good grenade tossed over the top, but misses William just by a couple of inches. Tom is trying to play this a little bit closer, over the top side. Good shot, exposed, immediately getting dropped off, and that will be IGL losing yet another player. Death Those cruising through. They're adding more and more numbers now. 8 eliminations for them, and here is the opening they have been looking for in a 1 versus 2 here. Trades into the other side, tries to go for the drop shot, but not this time, not lucky, and will be getting swept aside. Clutch Gods have this in the open. They have to press a little bit forward. Dynamo, you can see him and the rest of the guys from Horn Legends playing a little bit closer here. Remember, they have the numbers, they have the angles, but can they stop Clutch Gods from crossing on the other side and causing havoc for them going into the final phase of this zone?
And it's all upon how they take this game if they are to stop the Clutch Gods from getting that win. Clutch Gods has the most numbers, and for the remaining teams, Clutch Gods, we have the Dead Those. Only the Horn Legends have not gotten a chicken dinner. So if the Horn Legends can pull a very, very fast, magical, can I say the magical clutch, they will have made that one chicken dinner and ultimately made those 2 teams that got the chicken dinners, made that difficult for them to get a second. But they can still do this. Aggressor on the aggression with 4 eliminations. Those William from the Dead Those, they are still holding, they are still striking. And the numbers are high. The time is taking tick-tock as the players are trying their best. Dead Those, one of the guys is down. William is the final player remaining from the Dead Those. Dynamo with a very, very good clean strike for the P90. and he wants to make the dust, but unfortunately not able to get the dust in. William is trying to fight against Dynamo. Aqua on the other end for clutch goals, trying to get the dead those from behind. Gleeks eliminated, and numbers are changing. 12 eliminations, 4 at the Horn Legends as they look to clinch their first ever chicken dinner today.
Easier said than done. But the Clutch Gods now onto Siege. There's a lot of trouble coming their way, and the utilities are flying through. William trying to play off the off angle there on the other side. Immediately he is spotted by Mateo and sent packing back into the lobby. It's a 3 versus potentially 1 here, and the trade-off is good, but Rocky dials in and Dynamo getting knocked away off the high ground position. The Clutch Gods, can they clutch again? But not this time. Grenade immediately launched, and Rocky might take the hit. He does take the hit. The Horn Legends with their horns of surprise will take that chicken dinner, and what a time to take it in the final game of the day. And like I said, these guys were knocking on the door, and finally that chicken dinner has finally landed in their hands.
Oh my word, finally, these guys have been chasing for this chicken and finally got that answer. These are the Horn Legends. They came for that chicken. They tried their best and they made sure that the chicken was on their end. Oh boy. And that is the marvel of the CG3s, the marvel of the Deathos Kenya, undone. But the zest of the Horn Legends. Goodness knows how it feels to be a Horn Legends player at the moment. With that final clutch, that sets the pace for the PMNC 2026 as teams look to get that top spot. But GG's Horn Legends, that was amazing with 15 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That is extravagant, that is magical, that is extra freaking ordinary. And 8 total knocks, more close to 1500 total he's under with quite some average survival time. I think right now these guys are marveling wherever they are. They are shouting in grace as they have made it to the top 8 and ultimately got in a very, very good chance at PMGO Africa. And for the winner chicken dinner teamsters, we have Mateo taking the 5 eliminations. We have Aggressor with the 7. Oh my word, I think these are the most eliminations that we've seen today. I don't think anyone has been able to surpass that 6 mark. I think this is the first time that we're seeing a player with more than 6 eliminations. 7 for Aggressor, incredible. Dynamo with the 3, and finally Finisher finishing off with that very, very big donut. Priest, have we gotten like teams, like players getting more than 6 eliminations?
No, I don't think we have. I think Aggressor is going to be the first today. I think he is the first today. Not sure about the Rondo game, but because the Rondo game, I think they finished with 16 eliminations. Whoever won that game finished with 16 eliminations. I don't know if it was Death Dose or Brutal Sign, because I think it was Death Dose that won that game, but I don't know if someone in there had 7 eliminations. I'm not too certain. But that aside, right, solid performance from Horn Legends again, and this is interestingly enough, they played as a 3-man for the majority of this game. You know, the last player that did finish with the donuts got eliminated relatively very early, like on landing, you know, very, very early, and they still managed to win the game with 3 players. That is very, very commendable. Aggressor, 7 eliminations. Glixie did deal more damage though. Tom did have more grenade eliminations for IGL, and Sato 362 meters. I think this is the longest we've seen today.
Yeah,
I think this is the longest we've seen today. Aggressor covering a little bit of ground there, 10.5 kilometers. I think it's pretty standard stuff. But yeah, solid work on his own part. He has done an amazing job. He's turned it around, and that is what we love to see.
I just confirmed right now, in the first game, Dose Glitch got the most eliminations, which was 6. So apparently this is the man of the day with 7 eliminations, close to 700 damage. Yo, look at this. He has 7 eliminations, but the damage is quite wanting with the 7 eliminations. So this guy has been the guy to pick up those scraps. You know, you get the knock, he is the man that is there. You get the damage. He is the man that is there. Knock, knock. Guess who? You got the knock? No worry. Let me finish that guy for you. And this has been the player of the match, HL Aggressor from the Horn Legends. 4 knockouts under 27. Close to 30. I think that is average survival time. But I think the last game has taken a couple of... I think they fought mostly. They didn't wait for the last zone to come in. They made that push. After Dynamo was knocked, they made the push early and they got that CG3 rock with that Fantastica of a Nader. And that guy right now smiling as if gotten those most eliminations today. And PMNC is hot, is cooking. And for that game with 25 total points. Horn Legends. This is apparently the second most points for a team today, because the team that got most points than these, that was the Doors with 26 points in the first game, which was a Rondo. And Dead Those Kenya still maintaining that top spot with the 14 points. We have the IGLs quite good in that game, 11 points. We have the Clutch Goals, 9. Hakuna Matata. Yes, Hakuna Matata indeed with the 5. But that is just an opposite of the name. Vexa with the 3, Relentless, not relentless enough, and Alpha Base not quite making the game as better as it was. You know, we said once beaten, quite shy, and that is what happened to the Alpha Base. You know, as you saw how the Death Those approached the Alpha Base, that was we learned from the previous game. That is why we are pushing you this way. Call me didn't call anything with only 2 points. Dark Esports first to be eliminated. Brutal Cycles with 1 extra, no pressure. Deadly still 0. 4PF 0. That was the game number 6. That was incredible to watch as tables were turning, as skulls were crashing, as doors were getting knocked, and the prayers getting answered in the final zone.
Solid game either ways, but unfortunately these teams, again, Brutal Cycles, I'm quite surprised that they fell off this hard. You know, back-to-back shambolic performances. I was not expecting this, not even in the slightest, but it looks like this is where we find ourselves in these days and ages. But take a look at the overalls. Here we go, 24 points for Deadly. Wait, Deadly slipped out of top 8. Oh, whoa, yo. No way. Top 8. Hakuna Matata is in 10th. Rena's in 11th. Vector in 12th with 10 points. Wait a minute.
Wait, what happened?
13. Wait. What did I miss?
I think we missed something.
If Deadly is 9th, PDK, you know what that means, right?
I know what that means.
You know what that means, right? If Deadly is in 9th with 24 points, that means, oh my goodness.
What just happened? I was not expecting this.
Oh my god, I was doing the math and I was like, there's no way these guys snatched this in the last game. There is absolutely no way, but I think they did. I think they tied, and then we probably did it. They tied.
No.
If they finished before Deadly, they lived longer than. And we talked about this today, PTK. That's the last tiebreaker. They qualified using the last tiebreaker because I knew that they were tied on points. But call me qualified with the last tiebreaker because Immortal survived the longest.
Impossible.
And the guys from Deadly died before Immortal because they're tied on placements and eliminations. Absolutely crazy. I told you, something crazy always happens in the last game. Oh my goodness.
This is crazy.
I did not expect this.
This is more than we imagined. You know, Colby was eliminated, right? I thought it was over for them. But guess what? They rang the phone and their call was just answered. And Deadly right now will be whipping in their blankets. Because this was incredible for the Colby. Prayers answered. These guys, they are prayerful because that was awesome.
Oh my days. I mean, imagine, imagine we're not even talking about Death Dose finishing on top at the end of the day. We're talking about Komi making it into 8th place, but it's all about Death Dose. Congratulations to Death Dose, 74 points on the board, with 69 points for Alpha Base in 2nd place. Horn Legends catapulting into top 3. Better from them. I expected a top 3 finish from them, and I was not disappointed. IGL with 62, Blue Cycles with 48. Blue Cycles, man, they need to pattern up because they cannot play like this in the final. They will get shivved. Clutch Gods, that chicken dinner just put them into a nice spot. They couldn't really fall off after that. 4PF, again, just doing well enough to get by, but call me, oh my days, call me, what a call. Their call was definitely answered in the dying moments. Big shout out to Immortal, because he was the last man alive. I saw him. He was far off, just holding it down. And Deadly just couldn't last long enough. They died way too early, and it cost them.
And look at this. I wanted to show you this, Priest. The team from the number 1 to the number 6, all of them got a chicken dinner apiece. How is that even possible? Like the top 6, what kind of competition is here? Why are these teams not consistent? Death Dose is good, but they didn't get 2 chicken dinners. Alpha Base is good, they not chicken dinners. IGL, Brutal Cycles, Class Gods. What was happening in the top 6? So we had some action in the top 6, but the best action though was in the top 8, the 7, 8, 9. That is where today's highlight is. I know right now everyone is expecting us to praise the Dead Dose, but a good commendable job for Dead Dose, Alpha Base, but the team, call me, that is the team highlight today. The last game, that was their game. They didn't win a chicken dinner, but you know what? This is better than chicken itself.
Absolutely, absolutely, through the moon and back. But what a tournament this has been. This group, I mean, I was expecting something dramatic to happen, and we talked about it, we said it, and it's interesting enough, we broke down the tiebreakers. We literally broke down the tiebreakers. We said if the team is tied, it's going to be winner chicken dinner. In the event that is tied there, we go to eliminations. If the event that is tied there, we go to placement. In the event that is tied there, we go to the last game and the last performance of the last team. And Call Me did just well enough to finish above Deadly in the last Miramar of the last day. You doesn't get any better than that. Big shout out to them, man. I mean, I didn't like their performance really, but this one is for the lore, and you gotta respect the lore nonetheless. So big shout out to them, ladies and gentlemen. And it has been an amazing turn of it tonight. You have watched the 2026 PMNC Kenya. It has been Priest on the microphone, and PTK has been right by my side. What a party, what a ride this was. But ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. And we'll see you tomorrow. You're gonna have a new set of teams with new set of action, looking for a way to get into that top 8 and into that finals. And who is going to be the one for Kenya, we'll find out tomorrow same time. But until then, we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Kudos! That was nice, incredible, man. I want to see that tomorrow, man. PMNC cooking, PMNC just ready for the PMGOs. Never forget to log in, follow PUBG Mobile on all the socials as we keep on pushing this great African event.
Okay, I don't think production has cut us out yet. So
okay, I think we need to just yap and call me.
I mean, why not? Why not, right? That was something special. I want to go back to the chat because I want to see the chat reaction of this game.
No way! I think they're in that exact spot where we were reacting to Delhi.
No way. Are you for real? Is that where we are right now?
Is that
where
the
stream is
serious.
right now?
Exact
Wait,
spot.
let me see. Oh, where? Okay, that's actually where we are. Wait. Hold on.
That's it. Oh, this is insane.
And interestingly, someone in chat was actually saying that good call from Deadly, but it was not a good call, man. It It was not a good call, man. It's not a good call.
I think Delhi just needed one more elimination for them to have a chance of winning the game. One more elimination would just like have sealed it. Man, that was insane. That was insane. That was unexpected, but that was sweet to watch and to be part of. So that is why these games are like this. That's why we love these games so much.
Yeah,
PUBG, big W.
Different, man.
Big W,
absolutely.
man.
Big W. W PUBG in the chat. W PUBG in the chat. W PMNC in the chat as well. Big game, big performance nonetheless. Okay, I'm not sure if production can pick us up and cut us loose. I don't know, man.
No, really. Tomorrow we're having as a new set of teams. We have Ruthless. They'll be there. And Ruthless is one of the most dominant squads in Kenya. And not just Kenya. These guys, they are calling the shots. They know what they're doing. And hopefully that will be the challenge for the Dead Those, for the Alpha Base, for the Brutal Psychos, probably in the final. But you know what? They have to make it through that group stage. Someone in the chat is saying that I am crying. Why are you crying? I'm also crying for the call me. Don't cry so much. That was nice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that we've come to the end of the broadcast. Big shout out to everyone that came together. PTK, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you guys same time tomorrow. You're gonna have a brand new set of teams looking for a way through. Until then, peace out.
The time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
Play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You're gonna lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
The one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out. We're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
I am the one. I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the
I
one.
am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMNC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us, 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.